All right, y'all. Shalom, shalom. We already set up. We about to get started. I'd like to start this off by saying, Call Halal Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh in the name of the Son Yahweh Shai. My name is Haya El, and I'm back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson, right? In light of everything that's going on in the world this week, well, this week and slightly before, right? Today's lesson is called Exposed, right? Exposed. Because there's a lot going on. Judgment is befalling the entire earth, and nowhere is safe. So today's lesson is called Exposed. We're going to be going more into mainly just who the righteous and the wicked are, right? Because we talk about the heathen all day long, and of course we're going to bring them up again because, you know, they comprise most of the wicked. But it has to be known and understood that there are wicked people amongst our people as well, the Israelites. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start with Deuteronomy 6 and 24 through 25. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 24. And Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. Salaki. And it shall be our righteousness, if we observe, to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. So, righteousness in and of itself, biblically speaking, is keeping the laws and commandments of the Most High God. That is righteousness, right? And I know I've said this before, but it bears repeating. God don't care about how many soup kitchens you volunteer at. He don't care how many puppies you hug. He don't care if everybody says that you're a nice guy. If you're not keeping his commandments, you are counted amongst the wicked. Because in these days, it is going to be a stark contrast between those who keep the commandments and those who don't. Y'all got time for the Bible? 2 minutes?
No English.
Oh, you can walk by. That's fine. No, you're fine. You only got to do that. I appreciate that, though, brothers. Right? But let's go ahead and move on. Right? Because I just wanted to set the stage for what the righteous actually are, or who the righteous are in the Bible. Right? I really need to learn Spanish, man. I keep saying that, but I just, damn. I need to have a Spanish brother join my damn, or not a Spaniard, but, you know, someone who speaks Spanish join the camp. I know Darren is trying, but, you know, we need somebody who's better than, you know, just stumbling through it. But we're going to go to Matthew 13, and we're going to read 16 through 17, then we're going to jump to 24 through 30, right? Because Yahweh Shai demonstrates that the righteous and the wicked, they are going to be separated, right? See, it's very important that we understand that the days that we're coming into, right, the righteous and the wicked are not going to receive the same reward. And this is a misgiving that many blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians have as they endeavor to save the heathen, or to say that God loves the sinner, or you can't judge. See, our people in many different ways are trying to obfuscate judgment. But it needs to be known that when their Messiah returns, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to judge the earth. That includes the Israelites and the heathen alike. Right? How y'all doing today? Y'all got time for the Bible? 2 minutes?
We gotta go.
All right. If y'all are Native Hispanics, just know y'all are Israelites in the Bible. Y'all God's chosen, all right?
Yes, sir.
But let's go ahead and get this. This is Matthew chapter 13 and verse 16. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which you see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. So, it goes without saying that the prophets that were alive during the time of Yahushua, during the time of John on the Isle of Patmos in the book of Revelation, like hell, even going all the way back to the time of Adam, there have been prophecies that have been spoken and issued forth by the Most High God through his prophets. Those people, although they received visions and information and wisdom, they didn't have the full picture like we do today. Because we can see these prophecies playing out right in front of us. See, we don't have to guess who Gog and Magog are anymore. We know who they are. We don't have to guess in our mind who the son of perdition is. We know who the son of perdition is, Esau, Edom. Right? A lot of the mysteries that were spoken of in the Bible prophetically, they are now well understood because we see them playing out before our eyes. And they resonate with the scriptures that we read in terms of the prophetic writings in the Bible. Right? So many of the people who gave these prophecies sorely sought to see these things come to fruition. And they could not, because they would not happen within their time, within their life. But through the process of regeneration, here we are today. Some of us are the prophets of old. Some of us are people that we don't even know of in the Bible because they're not mentioned. You got to remember, Israel is as the sand of the sea. We are a very numerous nation. Got time for the Bible, brother?
Not right now, brother.
Not right now?
God bless you.
All right, well. So that's Northern Kingdom doing a little parkour as he's running. Let's see. Our people aren't making time for the Most High God. But they're going to make time. Oh, it's coming. Right? So we see that they desire to hear these things in the Bible. Let's see some more of the things that they sought to hear. Right? So we're going to go to 30 from 24, where Yahushua gives parables, which describes the kingdom of heaven. Right? This is Matthew 13 and 24. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man, which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. And those tares predominantly is the seed of the so-called white man. Right? Through each captivity, the white man will make it a point to subjugate us and to rape our women. Right? They would make it a point to sire children among the nations that they dominate, so that they could condition those children to go occupy positions of leadership within the conquered nation, to function as emissaries. Although they were the seed of the conqueror and the oppressor, they had the physical resemblance of the people being held captive. So more times than not, once the people being held captive, which were usually us, once we were in a position where we didn't have hold of our heritage anymore, and we turned away from the old ways like knowing that you are the seed of your father. If you lose such a precious gem of knowledge, then anybody who looks like you or has anyone of your people in their family, even if it's only a mother or grandmother, a matrilineal link to your lineage, they can claim to be you. And we see that here in America, right? And not just in America, we see that all over the earth. But predominantly, it is most ingrained in the average Westerner and Western society, where people claim a certain a certain, a lineage through their mother when it flows through patrilineally through your father. Go ahead, man.
Thank you.
You got time for the Bible today?
I can't remember, bro.
All right, man.
Appreciate it.
Thou says. See, a lot of our people, I have to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it, man. Our people think what they got going on is more important. But see, if those air raid sirens turned on, all of a sudden he'd stop running. He'd wonder what's going on. Not understanding, spiritually speaking, there's an air raid siren going on for every Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian and confusion of face Israelite. There's a spiritual air raid siren going on. The Most High God is telling you, hey, look, destruction is imminent. Repent and return. But more times than not, our people, they don't hear that spiritual alarm. They don't see the spiritual necessity to turn back from their ways and to hearken unto those who might give them knowledge to better serve their God. Right? I'm getting over a nasty cold, guys, so if I cough a lot, sorry. Try. Verse 27. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then has it tares? And he said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while we gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together unto the harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, and gather the wheat into my barn. And that's exactly what's about to happen. See that rapture that everybody keeps talking about? They don't understand. That's when the reapers are going to be sent by the Messiah to gather both the wheat and the tares. The wheat are going to be gathered to be stored and kept. The tares are going to be burned. So those who are claiming to be Israelites and they're not, those who are claiming to be of Black, Hispanic, or Native American blood, the righteous blood that go back to the Israelites. If you are not of us, you are not receiving salvation. Right? Well, let's keep rolling. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to skip forward to 37 through 50 because Yahushua goes over this parable a little bit more. Right? Basically, he restates it and he goes a bit more in depth. Right? This is Matthew 13 and 37. He answered and said unto them, He that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. So the question is, who are the children of the kingdom of God? Right? Before we move on with this, we're going to read a little bit of Romans 9 because we need to understand who the chosen children of God are. Because you've got a lot of people in the world saying that they believe in God. You got many people even professing to believe in Christ. But how does the Most High God see things? Who has he chosen? If he has chosen anyone at all. And I say this a lot of times when I come out here to preach. See, everybody loves the Bible. They love the idea of a God until that God has rules and standards. The moment God says he chose a certain people and put off other nations, all of a sudden that's a God people don't want to support. But see, it's unlucky for them that their patronage to that God is not necessary for him to lord and rule over them. See, the Most High God is a terrible king, a great and mighty power, and he rules in the kingdom of men with or without their permission. This is Romans chapter 9 and verse 5. Actually, no, we'll start at 3. Verse 3. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ, for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God, and the promises. So to any heathen who says that they're going to be blessed through the blessings of Abraham and want to escape the clause that said, blessed are they that bless thee and cursed are they that curse thee, I have a question. If you call yourself being recipients of the kingdom of heaven, grafting in, the adoption, where is that in the Bible? Because here we see Paul in the New Testament saying that salvation is only for the Israelites. But see, this is a question that we've asked numerous times, and there isn't one heathen on the face of the planet who can give us an answer to the contrary, because to be quite frank, that's just not in the Bible. Verse 5, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen. Not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Now, keep in mind, when this was spoken, there were already heathen professing to be Israelites living in our land, and they were not Israelites by patrilineal descent. Herod, the king of Judea, happened to be one of those people. He was an Edomite who married his way up through the Israelite families, marrying our daughters. And as a result, he was appointed king of Judea. Of course, not by us, but by the Romans. See, you have to understand how this white devil works. See, if he has one of his own that's real close and buddy-buddy with a group of people that he wants to rule over and conquer, what he'll do is he'll use that one person as a puppet leader. And he will put them in a position where that puppet gets to dictate policy. And he works with the people being dominated face to face. That was no different here during the times of the New Testament, right? So all those claiming to be Israel were not necessarily Israelites. There's an example of that in the book of Acts. You have the daughter of Agrippa, an Edomite, named Drusilla, calling herself a Jewess, right? Or a female descent of Judah, although she is an Edomite by her patrilineal descent. This is why understanding what all these words mean with a certain acuity matters. When I say a certain acuity, I mean a certain sharpness, right? A certain level of understanding. You can't just read something and assume you know what it means contextually. You have to search out the matter, right? Study to show yourself approved, right? But having read that, let's continue, right? This is Romans 9 and 6. Not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all chosen, are all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And who was the chosen child of Isaac? Jacob. So in Jacob shall thy seed be called. So of Jacob, his seed shall be chosen. And of course, Jacob was the father of the 12 patriarchs, the Israelites. How y'all doing today? Got time for the Bible?
Right now, thank you, though.
Now say it.
You have a good day.
I can't say the same, brother. You got to keep the commandments. And see, and this is to all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. If you're not familiar with what's going on in America in terms of warfare, and you're saying you ain't got time for God, you're going to find yourself in a bad position real soon. See, our people don't realize they about to institute a draft. The dollar's about to be completely gone. You got all types of 15-minute cities being authorized throughout America. They're about to lock this place down, man. And you know most of our people aren't prepared to go hungry, so they're going to take the mark of the beast when they have to do it in order to buy and sell. See, all these things are about to come upon the earth. Meanwhile, our people are just saying, you know what? I'm going to go about my business. Hey, God bless you. Not even knowing the first clue of what God wants for anybody, let alone if God has a chosen people. That's why I had to let that brother know. I can't say the same, man. I can't say God bless you and you ain't even got time to hear the word. You ain't even got 2 minutes. No, man, God corrects you. That's a blessing in and of itself to be corrected. But this is Romans 9 and 8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. So by reading Romans 9, we know that the children of the promise are counted for the seed. And the children of the promise are the seed of Isaac was chosen. And then the seed of that seed would be the chosen children of God, the Israelites. So we know that Jacob, being the forefather of all of Israel, we know that that's the chosen line that's being spoken of here. That's why, again, to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, it's very important that you wake up and you begin to separate from your enemies that have done nothing but plunder you, exploit you, rape, rob, and torture you. Right? But let's go ahead and go back to what we were reading in Matthew 13. So we're going to go back to Matthew 13 and 37, and we're going to read to 40. This is Matthew 13 and 37. He answered and said unto them, He that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked ones. So now we know that those tares are the heathen. And those wicked ones that sowed tares among the Israelites was the so-called white man who was raping us during slavery. Hi to you too. Ain't it in the spirit? They always come up during parts where it condemns them the most. I love it. That's why I say to my people, hey man, I'd rather we live on both sides of the track again. You live on one side, we live on the other. You hate us, we hate you. Because it's never going to change. I don't give a damn if we live in the same house. It's never going to change. Because who can set straight what God set crooked? We can't change the fact that the white man hates blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Go ahead. Go ahead. And I say it every week, right? Only the white man is saying, oh, can I go? Am I cleared? But when you tell them they stole the land, it never clicks. Like, hey, if you were that self-righteous, you would go, oh, I didn't know that, and go back to go back home, go back to the mountains of, the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Or even go back to Europe, which isn't their home per se, but it's closer to their home than this is. See, I find it so strange that we're so cordial, but yet the policies that these people pass toward our people, the public sentiment toward our people, when they're murdered unjustly, when our innocent blood is spilled, their sentiment is one of complete indifference. But face to face, they're very cordial, oftentimes friendly. That's why you have to tell our people, man, don't be ignorant of the wiles of the devil. Because that is just yet another tool that they use. If you got caught breaking into somebody's car, being friendly is going to be the first thing you try. Hey, maybe they'll just let it slide. See, that's one of the reasons why the white man is so friendly today. Right? He's trying to have us just kind of let him stay. Hey, stop bringing up the fact that I'm still on land that I stole. Stop bringing up the fact that, I still have y'all in slavery. Just let it rock. I'm friendly now, right? I gave you a job making money. What's the problem? See, that's the mindset of the white man. Don't be fooled by that. Right, but moving on. Verse 39. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. So this parable is being spelled out in its entirety by Yahushua, so that no one can misconstrue any elements within that parable. See, again, that's why we always say that most people, although they hear or they read the words of Christ, they seldom know what he meant. Because spiritual understanding was not given unto the heathen. Right? Verse 41. Slakia, verse 40. As therefore the tares are gathered and burnt in the fire, so shall it be in the end of the world. So the tares are going to be burnt in the fire, right? But let's keep going. Verse 41. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity. You got time for the Bible, brother? Thou sayest, man. Thou sayest. See, our people don't realize, man, God knows if you speak English or not. And I know enough to say eres tu Israelita. See, you're an Israelite. I know enough to say that. We got translators. We can make a way to understand each other. But see, when people are in trouble, they'll call upon God in whatever language, and they'll hope God comes to understand them. See, that's when they want God to move, not understanding God gave you your chance, and you said you didn't want it. And see, people should be asking, why is a black man trying to get me to talk about the Bible in public while reading very loudly? See, this message isn't even for everybody. It's for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, to let them know that they're the real Israelites, to let them know that the God of the Bible is their God. They are chosen people, and to return unto God and keep his commandments. But see, I speak as a man saying this, or don't. You don't have to do it, because your judgment is very near. And that second death that you read about in the Bible that's going to come by fire, you're going to find yourself right in it. And it's real close. I'm not trying to throw shade at the brother, but I'm going to tell you, man, you way too big to not speak English here in Texas, bro. You mean to tell me you walking around Texas, big as a house, and you don't speak English? But I bet if you go to Burger King, you could find a way to order a damn, what do they have at Burger King? Like, they don't have the quarter pounder. What they got? Shit, the Whopper. You know what I'm saying? Big niggas who don't speak English, all of a sudden, they can go to any restaurant and order their food. They can make reservations and stumble through that shit. As cumbersome as it might be, they'll put forth the effort to get what they want. But when it's something that they need, all of a sudden, hey man, no speak English. No hablo inglés. Not understanding God knows the difference. Especially if you lying to one of his prophets that he put in your path. You have to answer for that. Right? Verse 41. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. This is the misconception of hell that's in the Bible. Right? When all this is the thermonuclear destruction that's coming to Babylon. See, nuclear war is going to beset the entire earth. But America is a special case. Right? This land is going to be destroyed entirely by nuclear fire. See, and the Bible foretells of all these things. That's why we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to repent now. Verse 43. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found it, he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a merchant man seeking goodly pearls, who when he hath found one pearl of great price, he went and sold all that he had, and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a net that was cast into the sea, and gathered of every kind, which when it was full, they drew to shore, and sat down and gathered the goods into vessels, but cast the bad away. See, folks don't understand, man. Even if you know you're an Israelite, if you are doing wicked things and not keeping the laws of God, you have to realize you are going to be cast away. And in that time, being cast away is going to mean a death sentence. A very painful death sentence. That's why the average black, Hispanic, and Native Indian, they're coming up with excuses, not understanding in the day of judgment, they're going to be gnashing their teeth. They're going to be beating themselves about the body because they didn't make the time to come to the knowledge of who they are in the scriptures. Verse 49. So shall it be at the end of the world. The angels shall come forth and sever the wicked from among the just, and shall cast them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Again, this is the grand reveal of who's righteous and who's wicked. Not who's chosen. See, we already know who's chosen. Because, see, there's going to be wicked among the chosen, and even they're going to be cast into the fire. See, again, the direness of this message is understated and cannot be overstated. When you really start to think, just how many people are going to die when Yahushua returns? You're talking about billions of people being wiped out in a very short amount of time. See, most people don't understand what's coming. And as a result, they're complacent. They believe, hey, I got time. What have I got to lose? Or what have I got to gain by standing and hearing out of the Bible? I've listened to people talk about that Bible in the church. It didn't do me no good. So what's the difference now? See, that's the thing about the Most High God. A lot of times, you got to work and wade through hardship. Men with no knowledge, you have to bypass them so that you can reach your teacher. And then you have to have enough discernment to know that this is the man to learn from. That's why, again, when I have brothers up here who are new, I let them know, hey, look, man, don't be swayed by the numbers game. Because if you think that you're up here to have a quota, to have a certain amount of people every time you hold camp, come listen. If you think that's the name of the game, I got news for you. You're going to find yourself dissatisfied with this work very, very quickly. Because many are called, but few are chosen. And more times than not, you're going to have very few people who stop. Because it is not their lot to receive the truth. It's not their lot to be part of the first fruits. And I say that meekly and humbly as a man who received the truth by chance. Solely because the Most High God guided my focus and attention to it. But when I saw the truth, the Most High God gave me discernment so that I could say, hey, that's the truth. Stick with it. And I've stuck with it ever since. And many brothers who do this work have the same or similar story. When they finally heard the truth, they stuck with it. Because they were actually looking for it. More times than not, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are not looking for the truth of who they are, where they come from, why they're in the hardship that they're in. And as a result, when judgment comes upon the earth, they're going to find themselves counted among the wicked because they never learned how to be righteous. But let's keep moving on. Right? We're going to go ahead and go to Matthew 25, 31 and 34, and then we're going to read 41 by itself. Right? Because we got to understand, Yahushua has spoken at length about the end times, spoken at length about Judgment Day. See, one of the things that people don't realize is Yahushua's job on Judgment Day. See, Yahushua is a great general, the head general over all the angels. And when he is dispatched to return to gather the Israelites, he's going to dispatch his angels to gather the elect and the tares. And those who gather the elect are going to have their specific criteria to their mission, and those who gather the tares are going to have their specific criteria to their respective mission. See, we have to understand everything is in decency and in order, even Yahushua. All right? This is Matthew 25 and 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. So, Yahushua's first order of business upon his return is to separate the sheep from the goats, the righteous from the wicked. Now, you have to understand, in order to be counted as a sheep, first off, you got to be an Israelite. And then, to remain in the congregation of those who are going to be the righteous sheep, who are saved, you got to be righteous. You got to be keeping the law. You have to be found in righteous standing with the Most High God. See, those who are counted among the wicked, those are going to be heathen and Israelites alike. Israelites who aren't keeping the laws. Israelites who scoff at the Bible and turn their nose up at it as if they smelled something that they just reject. See, in that day, there's going to be wailing and crying, the likes of which this world has never seen. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Notice he says, Come inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world, from the foundation of Israel, from the foundation of creation itself. All of this has already been preordained. Those of the Israelites who would be righteous, those of the Israelites who would be wicked, those who would be heathen, and those who would be Edomites. You got to remember, the heathen are only going into slavery for 1,000 years. After that, they're being turned loose back to their own lands. And of course, they're going to be keeping the laws. But they're going to return back to their lands and more or less live in peace. The world will not know war anymore. But the Edomites are the only people on the planet who are going to be eliminated and exterminated. Right? But let's go to verse 41. This is Matthew 25 and 41. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. So you've got the devil being mentioned, and then you've got the term angels. See, this is again where the misconception of fallen angels is applied to the Bible. Not understanding that the spiritual demon Satan has a chosen people, just as Yahushua has a chosen people. And if you had to guess who Satan's chosen people are, you can't guess anybody but the so-called white man. When you look at the abominable acts that they have spread all across the world, they are second to none when it comes to doing wickedness, right? Though they are the son of perdition. They are the children of fools. And they are the very same people who are going to go onto the left hand when Yahushua returns. Whether they're your so-called nice, goodly white folk, or your hardened KKK adherent white folk who couldn't do nothing else but hate niggas. See, they're all counted the same. Most High God ain't saying there's a good one, there's a good one. Some cracker woman turned around. No fuck about that. Right? But let's go ahead and keep moving. So we're going to go ahead and go to John 5 and 19 through 31. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou sayest. See, again, when they institute that draft in America, you receive that letter in the mail, you're going to be going, God, help me. Your help is right here, sir. See, the thing is, the Bible prophesies on all these wars. See, if you want to know when the Messiah is coming back, the Bible lets you know he's coming back during World War III. But see, most of our people, they ain't interested in that. See, everybody got better things to do until calamity happens and you call on God, crying in a hospital bed. Or you got a fistful of bills, crying over a coffee cup at your coffee table, asking God if he could just bail you out one more time. Not understanding you ain't gonna have one more time very soon. See, and people think this is strange. Again, had a Northern Kingdom brother, he just walked by looking up like this is strange. But when you ask them, do you read the Bible? They'll say yes. And then you have to ask, okay, if you read the Bible, what do you think the prophets of the Bible were doing? Why do you think people were stoning the prophets, killing the prophets, putting them in prison? See, all those things were happening because they were doing this. They were crying aloud, sparing not, and lifting up their voice like trumpets. Whether it was solely around their people or around their people who were being oppressed by the heathen. And they were not suffering sin upon their people. If they saw something being done wrong in accordance with the law, they said something. And that made a lot of people angry, just like it does today. Nothing has changed. But that's how we know. In the day of judgment, many of our people are going to look back on the moments where they walked by God's prophets, and they're going to be kicking themselves going, damn, I couldn't have spared 30 seconds. Right? But let's keep rolling. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to go over, oh yeah, John 5 and 19. This is John 5 and 19. Then answered Yahushua and said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do. For what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. For the Father loveth the Son, and showeth him all things that himself doeth. And he will show him greater works than these, that ye may marvel. For as the Father raised up the dead, and quickeneth them, even so the Son quickeneth whom he will. For the Father judgeth no man, but hath committed all judgment unto the Son. See, that's why we're trying to tell our people, right? When Yahushua come back, it ain't going to be no matter of, come on into the kingdom, I forgive you. Got time for the Bible, sister? Thou sayest. See, a lot of our people, they going to call on God in the day of judgment. I understand it. You didn't know the first thing about keeping God's commandments. So how is God supposed to view you favorably? If I ask you what day is the Sabbath, do you know? If I ask you how you keep the Sabbath, do you know? How about Passover? See, these are very basic things that Israelites are supposed to keep in perpetuity. These are also things, if you don't do as an Israelite, you are put from among your people, if not put to death. See, that's why blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who turn the shoulder at this truth, hey man, the joke is on you. Verse 23, that all men should honor the Son, even as they honor the Father. He that honoreth not the Son, honoreth not the Father which hath sent him. So, verses 19 through 23, right? Verses 19 through 23 directly states that Yahushua is not doing anything according to his own will, according to his own program. All the things that the Most High God had spoken, that's what he has come in the name of, in the idea of, in the spirit of, and in the philosophy of. He came to do the work that his Father put before him, and nothing more and nothing less. So this idea that Jesus Christ, so-called, came with his own agenda, told God, hey, chill out. I'm saving everybody. I know you only love the Israelites, but I love everybody. And you know what? I'm doing what I want to do. See, that's what the heathen have told us. Not understanding that Yahushua came to do the will and the work of his Father. Verse 24, verily, verily, I say unto you, he that heareth my word and believeth on him that sent me hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the hour is coming, and now is, when the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and they shall hear and shall live. For as the Father hath life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life in himself. Hence why when you read Matthew 15:24, where he says that he was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and then he goes on to say that it's not a righteous thing to give basically the children's bread unto the dogs. That bread that he's talking about is the loaf of salvation, right? That loaf that has been set aside for the Israelites. It's not a righteous thing for him to give it unto to the heathen. And it's not because of what the heathen hath done or not done. It's because the Most High God didn't send him to do that. Very straightforward. And that's something that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians still don't quite understand. And as a result, they're crying out to God to preserve the world and the heathen that are in it, instead of trying to follow after the Messiah as they've been ordered to. Verse 26. For as the Father hath life in himself, so hath he given the Son to have life in himself, and hath given him authority to execute judgment also, because he is the Son of Man. Marvel not at this, for the hour is coming in the which all that are in the grave shall hear his voice, and shall come forth. They that have done good unto the resurrection of life, and they that have done evil unto the resurrection of damnation. So Yahushua is letting people know, hey, look, man, in the day of judgment, even death is not going to spare you the judgment. All are going to be made alive so that they can receive their righteous judgment, whether it's a judgment unto everlasting life or a judgment unto everlasting contempt. Verse 30, I can of mine own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not mine own will, Again, he didn't come to do his own thing. But the will of the Father, which hath sent me. If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. So Yahweh Shai literally is saying, hey, look, if I came to give my own testimony, if I came to give my own witness, my own idea of how the Bible is to be interpreted, right? Or interpreted. Right? You can say interpreted as well. But if he came to do that, then his account is not true. This is how we can tell people with absolute certainty that Yahweh Shai didn't come to preserve the heathen. Because if he did, you have to show me where God wants the heathen to be preserved. Because if he came to do the will of the Father, and you could show me that the Most High God Yahweh wants these heathen to be preserved, he no longer wants to do away with Esau. He doesn't want to recompense Asia or Ammon and Moab for becoming like the well-favored harlot. If you could show me things like that in the Bible, then I'll change my doctrine on the spot. And to all you heathen who might be listening in, right? If you could demonstrate that in the Old Testament and in the New, because you got to demonstrate it in both, right? If you could demonstrate those things, us pesky Israelites will disappear on the spot. But the reality is, you can't demonstrate those things. That's why we're still here. That's why this word is spreading like wildfire all over the earth. But let's move on. Right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to Isaiah 25 through 7 through 8.
There, straight up, a couple blocks, then right, and then you go
This is Isaiah chapter 25 and verse 7. And he will destroy in the mountain the face of the covering cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations. See, the Most High God is having to destroy the veil of hiding that the so-called white man has spread all over the earth, where he calls himself white instead of who he actually is, the nation of Edom. Not to mention him claiming to be the so-called Jew, when the true Jews would look like their king, so-called Jesus Christ, a man whose skin is like unto burned brass, a man who had hair like lamb's wool, whose father had a likeness unto a sardine stone, these brown stones that I'm wearing exactly for the occasion to show people, who also had hair like the pure wool and the voice of many waters. See, the real Jews should look like their king, but in reality, those over in Israel today claiming to be Jews, they don't know the first thing about the Torah or the Bible. Hence why they demonstrate their lack of understanding. And they claim to be what they obviously are not. Verse 8, he will swallow up death in victory, and the Lord God will wipe away tears from off all faces, and the rebuke of his people shall be taken away from off all the earth, for Yahweh hath spoken it. So my question is, if the Messiah is about to return, and the so-called real Jews are in the land of Israel today, how y'all doing? Got time for the Bible study? Y'all say it. But if Yahweh Shai is to return, how is he going to find his people in needing of cleansing, of comfort, and redemption if they're already on top of the entire earth? They're the richest people that have ever existed on the planet. They have dominion in every land on the planet. They have all the military superiority all over the planet. So the question is, what is the Messiah saving them from? Not to mention, right, how are those people going to even call themselves, being sealed, being the sealed elect, when the majority of people over in Israel today are secular, right? So they don't even believe in God. And actually, you know what? I want to make sure. I want to get that definition, right? Because when I say those people are secular, it's important, again, to understand the term. Secular, worldly rather than spiritual, not relating to religion or to a religious body, non-religious, not bound by the full monastic rule of a religious order, used of clergy, right? But we know this means basically those who are agnostic or atheistic, those who are not religious. The majority of people over in Israel today are secular. And of those who are religious, the prevailing religion is so-called Judaism and adherence to the Talmud, where they do many abominable acts, so-called in the name of God. Right? If the Messiah is being sent back to redeem those people, then you have to conclude that the Most High God is in accord with what they do. And we know nowhere in the Torah or in the entire Bible does the Most High God give any credence to the so-called Mezitza Papeh, or the oral circumcision that Orthodox Jewish people do. He doesn't give, there is no biblical credence or biblical, support for those activities, for kosher pork, right? None of that is in the Torah. Hell, they have the biggest gay parade on the planet over in Tel Aviv every year. And you mean to tell me that these are somehow the people of God? And these very same people, they're the ones who are the financiers of the slave trade. And let me be specific, the transatlantic slave trade, which fulfills the prophecy upon the real Israelites, right? So if they're the ones causing the calamity, which would function as a sign of who the Israelites are, by way of victimhood, then how in the hell do they turn around and claim to be the Israelites? But see, that's why we're more than familiar with Revelations 2 and 9. Well, let's keep going, right? So we know that God is removing the ability for Esau to hide himself. He's causing all these nations to go back to who they once were, before they were renamed by the white man, had their borders redefined by the conquest of the white man and his armies. They're returning to their old ways, just as we are returning to ours. The only group of people on the planet who are holding on with both hands, white-knuckled and all, is the so-called white man, Esau Edom. Right? Well, let's go ahead and go to Job 21, 7 through 14. Right? Because although we see the wicked living in great glory, living to great excess and luxury, opulence even, they will pay for their crimes. See, this is something that we have to keep reminding our people of, who see the heathen prosper, right? It's easy to get discouraged when you see evil winning, when you see the wicked in great glory. It's easy to think, man, I wish I could just do what they do and prosper how they prosper, not understanding as an Israelite, you don't get to do that. Most High God has you on a short leash. You mess up, you get judged on the spot. You don't get rewarded like they do. But see, the kingdom of heaven or the path to the kingdom of heaven is fraught with correction, it's fraught with reproof, and it's fraught with turmoil. The heathen can't say that they've walked such a path in their past or even the present. That's why our condition is very unique. That's how we know we're the Israelites, right? But then after 7 to 14, we're going to read 19 to 20, and then we're going to read 30 to 32. So we're going to jump a couple of places in this chapter. Man, I'm hoping Miss Tammy and Carlos show up, man. I was gonna try to make sure it's straight before these frees come through. Right? Really hoping that they make it. But, you know, Most High God's will be done. Right? This is Job 21 and 7. Wherefore do the wicked live, become old, yea, are mighty in power. Their seed is established in their sight with them, and their offspring before their eyes. Their houses are safe from fear, neither is the rod of God upon them. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Yeah? So what do y'all know about the Bible?
My favorite book is Job.
Is it? Nah, I was reading Job. Okay. He's talking about the destination of the wicked in this case, right? All right. Well, let's start with the basics. Who was God's chosen people in the Bible?
No.
That was who followed Christ.
Yes. Wow.
So you remember when Moses led a certain group of people out of Egypt? That's one tribe. What were they called? The nation of Israel. The Israelites, right?
Israelite.
The Israelites. Cool.
I knew it started with an I.
Okay, that's cool, right? But as far as who is God dealing with, right? Who is God like in a covenant with? The Israelites, right? Yeah, he's in a covenant with them.
I have a hard time with like the big words on some of that, so it's hard for me to fully grasp.
No, you're okay, I understand. I want to read this one thing to you, right? This is Amos 3 and 1. Hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, Ye only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Right? So God is saying he's only known the Israelites out of all the nations on the planet. That's why the Israelites are being punished. Now, if you had to think of a group of people on the planet today who are being punished, what group of people would you think of? What group of people here in America? Let's start here. What group of people in America don't even have a homeland to claim as their own? I'm talking about like they don't even have a state or a country.
Oh.
For instance, me, where would I go back to if I wanted to have a home? Where do I come from?
Oh.
I'm that people that I'm talking about. The black man doesn't have a home. Now, where? Texas was the last state to abolish slavery. Did you know that? Yeah. And plus, how could I have a home here where every 28 hours a black man is gunned down by police unarmed? Did y'all see that news report about that? The 215 bodies that were found behind that jail in Mississippi? Yeah. They found. You should, because if you don't, how you gonna know what the prophecies in the Bible are saying, right? But when you say we have a home, really we don't have a home. Right? We were taken from it. As a matter of fact, you call me after two men, really. You call me African American. Africa was named after a Roman general named Leo Scipio Africanus, a white man. America is named after an Italian navigator named Amerigo Vespucci. Right? So the more I know about my past, the more I know I have no home at all. So the question is, who am I then? How would you know who the real Israelites are if you had to try to track them down? It's in Deuteronomy 28. I want to read a couple things to you. Right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So whoever the Israelites are, if they don't listen to God and keep his commandments, they're going to come under some curses. I'm going to read a few curses to you, and then I want you to tell me who these apply to, right? So this is, you know what? Verse 32, thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail, with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand. Who are the people throughout history where when we had children, our children were taken and sold? Black people. But did you know that happened to Mexicans, Puerto Ricans? They're Israelites too. Right? So blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're the Israelites of the Bible. Now I have a question. You know the history of America, right? It's not good. What do you think God is going to do about that? Yes. Now, I have to ask you before I go on, what's your father? If you don't mind me asking, what's his nationality?
My dad?
Mm-hmm.
He is German.
German? Puerto Rican? You're from the tribe of Ephraim. He's native, right, Taina? You're from the tribe of Ephraim, right? Ephraim is the head of the northern kingdom of Israel. Remember in the Bible, the Jews, they split. Remember after King Solomon, his son Rehoboam, he ran the kingdom into the ground. So they split. Your tribe was the head of the northern kingdom, right? But now that you know you're an Israelite, I have something for you, but I just want to focus on this, right? So knowing that the Most High God remembers the times of old, and he knows what has been done to his children, I want to show you that not only did God know these things were going to happen, he knows who you guys are by your tribal name in the Bible, and he has judgments for each heathen nation, right? Because they're not all the same. All the nations didn't do what was done here in America to God's children. Right? This is Psalms 83:1. Keep not thou silence, O God, and hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones, and have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation. Wouldn't you say we've been cut off from being a nation? You call yourself Puerto Rican, I call myself black. Brothers call them, the Hispanic brothers call themselves Mexican, Peruvian. Those are all names either from the British, the French, the Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese, etc. Right? So we've been cut off from being the nation of Israel. Right? For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Now I want to show you some of the enemies of God. The tabernacles of Edom, the Edomites. Who are those people, the Edomites? When you read about Jesus in the New Testament, remember Herod? He was an Edomite. What did Herod try to do to Christ? Try to kill him. All right?
It's been a while.
Yeah, you're good. I'll fill in the blanks where you need it, right? But he tried to kill him, right? Now, what if I told you that blood feud goes all the way back? Because he wanted to kill the Messiah, obviously, so that y'all could maintain control over the Israelites. But I want to show you where that bloodlust came from, right? It's in the book of Genesis. Are you familiar with Jacob and Esau? No? Okay. So, the children of the promise went from Abraham to Isaac. Isaac had two sons, Jacob and Esau. Esau was born first, Jacob came out second. The elder is to serve the younger, right? So that means Jacob is supposed to be the one in leadership. But today, we don't find Jacob in leadership. We're the ones who are still slaves all throughout the earth, right? But I want to show you where that bloodlust comes from, where your people, I don't want to keep saying where so-called white people can't help but kill blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. It's not what you think either, right? This is Genesis 27:38. And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. Now I have a question. What group of people, no matter where they've gone, their military, gun, war has been their weapon? So-called white man, right? Cool. And it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing. Because you got to remember, before Esau received his blessing, Jacob came in and got the blessing where he would get the kingdom of heaven. Right? So, and Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. That's why. That's why the body count to take this land alone is 250 million people. Now, that brings me to what I wanted to say, because we don't need to go over all the tribes, right? I think we've covered everybody's tribal origin, right? So what is God going to do about what happened to his children? And I want to give you pictures while I read something, right? Because I carry these books for a reason, right? I will show you a nice little slideshow, right? See that? Commanding barbecue live. Right? It's called lynching. This book is called, it's like lynching photography, beyond sanctuary, that's what's called, right? It's lynching photography from the Jim Crow era, and it has pictures like this, right? God's children were prophesied to literally hang from trees by their necks. Right? And if you read the book of Maccabees, where when the Grecians had taken us over, they did the same thing. Now, keeping that image in mind, I want you to see what God wants to do about this. This is Isaiah 14 and 21. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers. So for the sins of their fathers, the same slaughter is coming to them. Right? That they do not rise nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. Now I have a question. Who's going to do the slaughter? Well, no. Well, a black man, yes. Did you know Christ is going to come and do that? Yeah, but so what we're going to do, I'm talking to my camera right there, right?
We gotta go. We gotta go next.
Okay.
I broke my wrist and
Okay. Sure. Well, if you have a chance, get something called comfrey root. It's called knit bone in some cultures. It's called comfrey root. CONFREY. It speeds up wound healing. Yeah. You can rub it on and make a poultice, put it on overnight, and you'll notice things should start fusing together. It's really good. But let me read this one thing to you, because I'll shorten it up, because most people have the image of Christ wanting to hug everybody and save everybody. These are the words of Christ before you go. This is Luke 19 and 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. So that judgment that I'm talking about, all the nations have basically enslaved the Israelites. I know you know about the transatlantic slave trade. There are others, right? The Silk Road slave trade, when the Asians enslaved our people. The Sub-Saharan slave trade, when the Arab and the East Indian enslaved our people. All of them are going into captivity when the Messiah comes. And there's only one nation on the planet who's going to be exterminated after the captivity. And that's the so-called white people, for what they've done to these children. All right? Y'all have a good night. I can't do that, man. You know, I can't do it. But y'all have a good one. You got to get the judgment out, man. Got to get the judgment. Like, because the thing about it is, if we don't give this judgment out, how are we supposed to let our people know? How are we supposed to let them know? You're with the very same people who've been doing nothing but rape, robbing, and killing us. See, again, and he didn't want to leave. She did. See, and there's a growing sentiment among Israel right now for the Israelite man to separate himself from the Israelite woman. I don't completely resonate with that message, but I certainly see the context and the reason for it. I understand. Because our sisters will look for any redeeming quality in the so-called white man, meanwhile harshly judging their own men. So I'm going to tell you, that sister being from the tribe of Ephraim, the worst thing she could do right now is be with a so-called white man. The worst thing she could do. But maybe she didn't know in the Bible they were the Edomites. Maybe she didn't know that. But she does now. And now she knows why they can't stop killing her people. Now she knows she's an Ephraimite, an Israelite, right? The leading tribe of the northern kingdom. Now she knows those things. But the question is, will she do anything different? And the reality is, probably not. That's the harsh reality when we're dealing with our sisters. Because many of them have more than sold out to our enemies. They are sold to the idea of bed winching for a bag. But as I say to the men, I say to the women, you're going to pay for that thing, man. It might seem good now. You might seem to be getting all the dividends from being with a so-called white man. And newsflash, most of the time they ain't getting shit, right? Most of the time they're getting subpar treatment too. But to the ones who get a little bit of a lift economically, you're going to pay for it on the back end. Don't worry about that. Right? Well, let's get back to the lesson. See, now I'm going to tell you, man, a lot of these white folks, they call themselves believing in the Bible, but none of them read it. See, a lot of the things that we read, these are things that are deep mysteries in the Bible. These are not dark sayings more times than not that you can't understand on the face of things. A lot of times, this stuff is very basic. But the reality is, most of our people, most of the heathen just don't want to hear that. They don't want to come to the understanding that one day they're going to have to pay for what they did to God's children. They're going to have to pay for being on the land that they stole after they raped, robbed, and murdered hundreds of millions of people and taken. Right? Well, let's get on with the lesson. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight?
No thanks.
That's it. Okay. Well, let's keep going. This is Job, chapter 21 and verse 7. Wherefore do the wicked live, become old, yea, are mighty in power. Now, when it says wherefore, that's Old English for why. Right? Why do the wicked live, become old, yea, and are mighty in power? Their seed is established in the sight with them, and their offspring before their eyes. Their houses are safe from fear, neither is the rod of God upon them. Keep in mind, all the curses say that the real Israelites would not be under such conditions. You would have children and they would be given unto another people. Your ass and your cattle and all of your livestock will be taken away before your eyes. These are not the things happening to the heathen. Got time for the Bible today? Sure. How you doing, man? So, what you know about the Bible, man? Such as?
I'd say the one that seems sexual abuse of the man is actually.
Is that in the New Testament? Well, that's not a law.
Yeah, well, but it's almost
Okay.
everything.
Okay, that's cool. My name is Haya L. What's your name? Mario? Alright. And Mario, what's your father, if you don't mind me asking? No, I'm not his name. I mean his ethnicity. El Salvadorian? Native?
So he is born there. I was made there.
No, I meant like, is he what, like a native Indian? Like, does he go back to the natives of the land?
So we're do have indigenous blood, but Salvadorian descent and most of it from
Okay, right.
others just with the war, especially with kids. There's a lot of we're, I guess, not to say most active, but we're just we're mixed, so we have history of Spaniards, slavery,
But your father goes back to the indigenous.
my father does, my mom as well.
Spanish. Okay. Now, I have to say this for the camera, and this is no slight to you. This is a fortunate brother, right? Because it's by your father who you are in the Bible. Now, what if I told you as an El Salvadorian, you go back to the tribe of Zebulon in the Bible? Now, there are prophecies in the Bible I can read to you that would tell that you are in El Salvador, or you're Zebulon. I don't want to say your name. Let me read it to you, right? Because I never get to bring this out. I'm actually happy to stuff. I'm happy. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, there is no such thing, right? You're right. There's a few things I'm going to read to you. The first one in Genesis. So, are you familiar with how before even the natives came over to North America, South America, and basically Mexico and Canada, this land was known. Merchants were coming over here from Africa to get gold, silver, precious stones, because this was a very fruitful land, right? And where they would basically their ports where they would dock their ships was in the ports along the Yucatan Peninsula, right? There's a prophecy surrounding it, and it goes as such, right? This is Genesis 49 and 13. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Who's Zidon in the Bible? The Canaanites, right? So the Canaanites were servants of King Solomon, and Solomon was sending them on expeditions to come over here to get gold. You've read in the Bible the gold of Ophir. It's a word that's kind of out there, right? But that's like the golden wedge of Ophir. They were talking about the gold that came over here from the fourth part of the world. That's one of the ways that we know who we are. Because when they docked, remember the Olmecs, right? That's those people. They're the Canaanites. That's why those heads are there in the Yucatan Peninsula. They never set up shop here and lived here, but that's where they would land and set forth on exploring. That's how we know who you are. Because the lands that you come from along that little horn of the Yucatan Peninsula, that's where they were at. At no time in history have they ever shared a border with you. Never. Only in this prophecy. Right? So I have a question. Right? Knowing that God's chosen people in the Bible will be living under very certain conditions, what type of conditions can you read about in the Bible that basically will tell you who the Israelites are today? Are you familiar with where to read that? If you ever have a chance, read Deuteronomy 24. I want to read a few things to you. If you don't got time, just let me know, okay? All right, this is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Here's one of the curses. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long. And there shall be no might in thine hand. That was verse 32. When the Spanish came to see the Incas, the Mayans, the Aztecs, when they stole your children, what could you do about it? Nothing, right? Here's another one. And this is to actually talk about the person who will come to enslave us. This is verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Ain't that what they did? They put those iron collars and the shackles on us. And then the only time you got them to basically take the shackles off is when you were cutting sugar cane, or you were working in the fields, or working in their house. Right? The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. Huh. The eagle, huh? So what's the animal for America? How about Spain? Same for Portugal. Same for Britain, as a matter of fact. Hawk or an eagle. It looks shittier, but it's the same bird. How about the Greeks? Eagle. How about the Germans? Eagle. How about the Romans? That's their animal, right? A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Did you know when they first came over here, they knew that your people basically spoke a broken dialect of Hebrew, and we wouldn't be able to understand each other, right? So what they did was they brought Hebrew interpreters. My people were ruling in Europe up until about 1619, the final expulsion of the Moors. You've heard about the Moors, right? In Europe, you had a group of people called the Moors, M-O-O-R. All Moor means is black. Because think about black history. They teach us our history goes back until slavery. That's when it starts. What were we before that? Yeah, we were kings and rulers, but where? And that's where I want to show you this book. Right? How old are you?
I'm 23.
You're 23? Okay. Our people are deceptively young looking. That's why I have to ask. All right?
I've been told to look younger because of my beard, older because of my beard.
Yeah. Well, guess what? That's a commandment in the Bible, to grow a beard. I'm going to tell you, man, this brother is fortunate. He's 23, can grow a beard. I cannot grow a beard to save my life. My shit come in patchy, man. So I keep it short, man. But I want to show you something. Right?
How old are you?
I'm 38. Probably about 3 years. But I've been studying for about 7. When I heard the truth of what the Bible really had to say, I had to look for it. Okay? more research I do into our history as people, I realize that we are the ones who need the Messiah. You know, they say Jesus Christ is coming back to save the world. I want to illustrate to you that that world is the world of Israel. If you'll give me enough time. I don't need that much from you, but I need a little. Right? But this is from the book called The Negro Question. It's written by a historian named Lee Cummings. This is an excerpt from Professor Lloyd Dawkins, professor of geology at Manchester University in 1879. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men about 5 feet 6 inches in height. I wonder what that looks like. Yeah, literally. Now, if you know about armor bearing, the average set of armor weighed about 105 pounds, all the way down to 65 if you're wearing light. Right? You need lots of bone density for that. Not to mention, last time I checked, it rains all the time over here. Right? So there's not a lot of sun. Your bone strength directly correlates to the amount of sun that you get. So what if you're a group of people who can't go out in the sun at all? You have weak bones. And guess what? They've done like basically bone strength tests among all races, and they found it.
Stereotypical.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah. They do have a stereotype where our bones weigh us down, right? But who's right behind us? You. Yeah. That's right. On the latter end of the spectrum. But we were those people. Now, guess what? We were also the people who ruled in Lithuania, Estonia, Russia. People like Peter the Great, the first czars of Russia are people. When you look up icons online, look up Russian icons with the word Swarthy after it. They didn't always call us black. They used to call us Tawny, Swarthy, or Moor. That's one of the reasons why we can't see our history, because we don't know the hot topics and hot terms to search. But with that read, I do want to show you, before you go, who the Messiah was sent back to and what he was sent to do. Right? Because this is something that is actually a very contested topic. Because you know that there are people over in Israel today calling themselves Jews. Now, can we both be Jews? No. Somebody's lying. Now I have a question. I read to you if a certain group of people wasn't keeping God's laws, bad things would happen to them. Their kids would be taken away. There's also one in there about slavery. They'd be sitting in slavery on slave ships. Has that happened to those people over there in Israel? Never. But that's happened to us, right? So that's one of the ways that we know that they're not the real people we are. But I want to show you the words of the Messiah. This is Matthew 15 and 21. Then Jesus went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast. A Canaanite is not an Israelite. It's like an African, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody from Canaan, right? They're not a Negro, but they are melanated, and they look like this. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto him, saying, Have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. So the Messiah is being hailed down by this Canaanite woman, and because she's not an Israelite, he didn't even look at her. What if you were crying after, say, like the baby walked in here? You like rap? Okay, cool. So say the baby walked in here, and you went, Hey man, what's up? And he didn't even look at you. He didn't wave at you. He didn't go, Hey, thanks for buying my music. He just kept it pushing. And then one of his bodyguards stepped to you, big old nigga, and said, Hey man, get out of here. What do you think they think about you? Less, right? But he answered her not a word, and his disciples came and besought him, saying, Send her away, for she crieth after us. That's literally what happened, right? But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So the Messiah himself said, I'm only sent for the Israelites. Now, sent to do what? You'll see, right? Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, It is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to the dogs. That bread is salvation, right? And she said, True, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from the master's table. So she literally said, Hey, yeah, you're right. I'm lower than you. Now let's see what Christ did because of that. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith. Be it unto thee even as thou wilt. and her daughter was made whole from that very hour. Now I have a question. Just because he healed her daughter, is she now going to get salvation? If she got a crumb?
She got a crumb. Salvation, I would say. I would say yes. Before, the crumb saved her. I guess it's something
Yeah, we're still kind of,
I
I don't know what we're gonna do with that
So
one
you
yet.
view it as a form of
Is that still on the?
right? Saving her daughter. Okay.
Still,
Okay, cool.
Yes.
This I want
We
to
don't
show
know-
you
we don't
the
know when,
mission
though.
statement, and then I'm gonna ask that same question again, right? This is Luke 1:68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for He hath visited and redeemed His people, and hath raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of His servant David, as He spake by the mouth of His holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. So Christ was raised up to save us from the hands of our enemies and from those who hate us. So if we're in the hands of our what's up, bro?
That's cool.
But if we're in the hands of our enemies still, like because the white man still rules over us, right? He rules over America. He rules over El Salvador. He rules over Mexico. The government is, right? So if he's ruling over all the Israelites, don't we need the Messiah? So I have to turn again and ask. If he's saving us from the very same people who are asking to heal their daughter, maybe he heals their daughter because they play a role. He's not saving them from themselves. He's saving his people from their hands. Right? Now I have a question. Where in the church do they ever tell you that God has a chosen people and his son is only sent back for those people?
I know, like,
Oh, you gotta get all right, brother. Be safe, man. It's gonna get cold, man.
it's always been a thing, like Jews, like they're the chosen people, nobody else. So, it's a good question, but I think how do we look into the churches and Jews? Some Christians, yeah, for example, fall under the same rule. It says only to attend false, certain practice, receive religion, fear policy, must follow, must compromise a lot of their songs, laws, and laws, exactly. It was made 600 years ago. Jesus was born.
I'm glad you know that. A lot of people don't know.
I think that's like one thing. So, I guess like for you, I'm not well versed in the entire Bible. He's very skeptical person, but just with not anything. I feel like there are things were true come to pass. A lot of people have trouble. My problem is that there's just so many people with their own ways of trying to Jews stereotypically don't like Jesus. It's a son of a Christian the whole Bible is really about Jesus. There's other prophets, tradition supposed to. I don't think Jesus was. I don't think he wanted the church to be in Rome, Italy, but it's not.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in Jerusalem.
Jerusalem. It's not supposed to be. Every prayer that is not like that. Not hating it. It's not. It's always just seems that Holy Ghost people like look out in life. We're always few different. And sometimes really target is too big. I look at this. Christian churches. It's
feel it's prophetic. I feel it is prophetic because are you familiar with the? Hey, what's up, brother? Are you familiar with a dude named Amal Gamel? What's his name? Amal, or it's like Amal Abdul Nasir. He was the president of Egypt in the 1950s. He said the original Jews left black and came back white. There will never be peace and we can never accept you. That's the reason why war is always going on, because they're not the real Israelites. And the people over there know that. Now, the difference is between the Jew and the so-called Arab, Ishmaelites, right? They believe that they have the right to the land through Abraham being the father. That's why understanding in totality what the religion of the actual Jews is, what we're supposed to believe according to the Bible, is very important. Because then you will see why they make certain counterclaims to it, right? But hold on. But the reason why that we have this the stance of basically like we support the war that's going on. We don't support a side, but we support the war. Because the Bible says the least of the flock shall draw them out. The smallest nation on the face of the planet is the so-called Jew of Israel today. They're going to be the ones who inflame the world and start World War III. The way prophecy works in the Bible, it says our Messiah will be back at the height of World War III. And if you look at the world today, almost every measurable metric, the world is in dire peril. The water's polluted, the air is polluted, the food is defiled, and birth rates are falling through the floor as a result of that. So, we need Messiah, man. So, in terms of do we pick a side? No. But do we want the war to continue? Yes. Because if the war breaks out of World War III, we're going to see all the prophecies move forward. Right? What were you going to say, brother?
The Arab League they had not too long ago, they spoke about Jews over there in Israel being converts. That's international television. I can look that up. Translating, they talk about how the people in the land today are.
Well, you could just have a seat. I teach. Okay, so it's going to feel better.
About that, they were talking about issues that are happening with the Arabs, Hamas, Iran, different groups, how they're having issues with the Israelis, and they're saying that those people are converts. They kept harping on that fact and saying that those people came over and stole the land, and they're just non-stop doing things that they can't just stand for anymore.
And what we're really talking about is a biblical precedent, right? It's in Revelations 2 and 9, right? This is Revelations 2 and 9. I know thy works, in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Synagogue is a high church. So they're the high church of Satan. What would the adherents of such a synagogue be doing? Are you familiar with something called a mezitza papeh? Okay, so that's oral circumcision. The way they do circumcision on the 8th day is they cut the foreskin and a man sucks the blood. You've heard of it, right? That's right.
I remember hearing that from Joe Rogan. This is disgusting.
Now my question is, wouldn't the synagogue of Satan do that? Yes. Yeah. Now, did you know the biggest gay parade on the planet is thrown in Tel Aviv every year in Israel? How does God feel about homosexuality? That's right. That's right. So the synagogue of Satan will be doing the things that God hates. And they're doing the things that God hates.
Did you say what the penalty was for allowing a man?
No,
Yes,
he's
no.
No, right.
Yeah.
I thought I heard about it.
Yeah. No, you got it.
Yeah, so they're doing it every year. It's the biggest
Yeah.
in the world, the largest in the world. They're doing that every year. You can probably understand that God has built up long-suffering
Yeah.
hatred for them.
Yeah, resentment. So we're talking about all these things, right? I have a question for you. In regards to the Bible, what puts you off of this book?
I guess that's the real thing for this person.
Okay.
Where my family is at, my mom was people who know this, well versed in time, is it still access to this? So certain guys don't think there's things that did come to us, it's a sharp. But then it's like, what about the hospitals? What about the Americans?
Can I show you in the Quran that it says that God shows the people are Israelites in the Quran? I mean later, but yeah, keep going. I just want you to know it says it.
And it goes back to kind of the whole, how does the world work? This type of so things like, it's the upgrade for science is it's just one of those things. One, I'm also not like access to time for technology. Also realize that that's also. I don't know. Never talking about ideas or religion is, you know, always y'all are dedicated to this time. All the knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, whenever I want to cover nuclear weapons.
So it's like one of those things like you see the TV, media, the educational school nowadays, they're geared towards a different type of message. All the people I always looked up to, I know they're being Christian, is that now Mark, Leonardo, Sessa, a lot of others I also follow are very religious. The only problem is that is the same people who preach about this high and now tell people to follow certain language. They're the biggest influence. And that's one of the hardest things. That's at least somewhere like a civilian that's outside that how come people who tell you has false. Middle East is very known heavily like the most powerful family out there in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. They perform the things that they were supposed to get there at the top. You know, the cities are built through slavery. The government parties built. The government here in the United States, there's always some money. And the biggest problem is for me, it's like, I guess, the Bible is almost, the Quran is almost for you, there's certain things, middle road, you're supposed to follow it, and always based on above it. Or anybody who is above it, who control everything. Say the messages are very confusing. They constantly always complain, throughout years, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. I was thinking about my family, my grandma, you know, literally working in the fields. There was no man on the time. There was nothing. You know, I don't have a male figure. I was like college and the rest of it. My grandfather, my uncle said, didn't exist. Women, my family was just, in a lot of religions, they always put down. It's always the like, why is that there's a certain view of that. So that's one of the things like Christian dogma, religious based dogma. You know, nobody's like more soft. The same people that were going to church when I was a young kid, they used to be the biggest hypocrites. You know, the ones like, oh, go to church, go on Catholic, all the same and everything. They're the same one causing harm.
On top of the Bible.
So that was one of those things I couldn't buy.
Are you good? Just know, brother, the blacks
I wanna
and
show you-
Native
I wanna tell
Americans
you one of
are
the things that happened
God's
to me
chosen
how
people on the face of the earth, not the people in
I
Israel.
would sit with my mom.
Gotta come
and
back
do a
to
bunch
law,
of
statutes,
old
and commandments,
stuff.
man.
Church in the ghetto. We ain't got no money.
Your time is now.
After passing the plate around, the pastor counted it up. Because, you know, if you counted in front of the church, ain't a lot of money in there, obviously, right? He was like, look, y'all missed the goal. He locked the doors and demanded $500. And he got it. And at that point, I was like, right? At that point, I knew the church was not the answer. But this is why he did that. And I want to show you. Because the Bible lets you know that the church is the last place you're supposed to be going if you actually want spiritual food. Right? And it's sad that that's the case, but
Because I was watching on Twitter this man, his name was just saying, he says he's from Georgia, it's not ironically enough, this church is all decked out, and all this volunteers, they have to reenact Jesus' birth. And I'm thinking like, they generally has purpose of church, instead of a whole flash of its whole, like trying to show off all of my church.
you got to be careful about that too, because people will lie about where they've come from. You know what I'm saying? So, you're right.
Too, it's kind of a skeptical. You know, but like when we all like do see, you know, you're not going to make things. You're just literally trying to do. That's how someone like you just listens.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me read this to you, man, because I want to validate why you say you feel like the church. This is Acts 7:48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet. What's the church built with? Hands. God's not in there. Now, no one in the church is going to tell you to keep the commandments either. How many commandments are there? There's 613 commandments. Now you see why it's important for men like us to be out here if you call yourself believing in the Bible. That's why God's not in the church. Okay, yeah. But how else are we supposed to come to know God if we're not even keeping the first commandments that He put on in the books? Commandments like not hating your brother in your heart. Because one of the curses is that an evil eye would be toward each other. Right? That's Deuteronomy 28:54. When you walk in front of black men, how do they normally look at you? Not good. They usually give you the side eye.
Yes, when you walk by the street.
Well, it depends. I know, like for me, like
Walk by the street.
it looks different.
Right.
Yeah, look at you like he's not from me.
Right.
He's all this stuff.
It's not like us.
Yeah.
You're not really one of us.
Paranoia.
You know, y'all. You're not saying that. It's just like us.
Yeah, you're walking to
Growing up, we used to, like, I've been talking to a few guys in high school. And one of them, you know, both of them are light skinned, but one of them, you know, we had a colorist issue because there was a point in time where we see, like, not like us, light skinned. So we kind of grew up with that. It's hard.
Now you hate y'all.
Well, it wasn't. He said us. We all got to take responsibility. But there were specific people that the other guy was talking to. He had a specific hatred towards him because we accepted that guy as his best friend, not the other guy. It wasn't about the skin color. It was more so about this guy was more hood, more street, so we resonated with him better. You didn't really come from that background, so we didn't really accept you the same way. So that's why I said.
That's how I feel because basically for me, it's not doing it's what about doing. It kind of be a different place.
Right.
I don't think it's growing up with that. I always say like ironically enough, the first racial was called black background.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
brown too. Like we came from, so we're not different, but for some reason, it's border, it's community, people start looking at you different. We're put it, we put that push. So well, people actually want to
Exactly. That's the crazy part. You gotta, I had to ask you that because, you know, I've been doing some studying about like Africa and stuff like that. And it's the same thing. It's like all the people in Africa, they're dark skinned. Some of them look similar, but it's like, no, it's people. And who came in there and created those certain borders? Like, same with over here. It's the same thing with people. Our people, everything. You know, are we not the same as people in Louisiana? We have like not a real hatred, but have like a national or tribalistic view toward those. But I got 3 precepts. I got 3 scriptures I'm gonna give you right now. And you said something, right? You said that the people at the top, you don't have to follow the rules. People all below them, you know, kind of have to listen, right? Well, here's a precept. It's a lot longer than this, and I'm gonna give you just one. This is the book of Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 13, verse 23. It says, when a rich man speaketh, every man holdeth his tongue. And look what he saith. They extol it to the clouds. When a poor man speak, they say, what is this? What fellow is this? And if he stumble, they will help to overthrow him. Essentially, that means is, you're not a rich guy. You come out and say, hey man, we're not living a clean lifestyle. We're being degenerates. We all, top to bottom, you know, follow these rules. And I say, what is this guy?
Who is this nigga?
Who is this? Who the hell is this wetback girl? You know, like you're speaking on. They might say some shit like that and they might kick you to the back, but if you fall, they might kick you right down or something. Right? But the rich person speaks, Abu Dhabi, top families, Saudi Arabia, all that. They speak. Bush, Clinton, Obama, all those guys speak. Trump. Who's some other, Jay-Z,
Floyd Mayweather,
kind of Kanye.
Jay-Z.
Drake, a lot of these guys when they speak, these people, and here's one thing, slight caveat. A lot of the entertainers, music artists, athletes, they're experts in their craft, whatever field that they're in. But just because they're experts in that arena does not make them experts across the board, right? So you have people who are like Cardi B. She was a stripper, so she could dance. According to that, right? She does rap music. She resonated with a lot of women. She gained a lot of their attention, right? But that doesn't make her a political scientist. Why did they recruit her to speak on why black people should vote for Biden? You know what I'm saying? There's different things like that where they take our ignorance and they use it against us. We look at the rich people, and anytime they say something, some juvenile or some of these other people, hey, go ahead, vax that thing up, get a shot. We look at them and say, oh, well, shit, Jay-Z or Drake or somebody said it, and it must be right. A lot of our people go and do that.
No, I see it. It's ironic that how they talk this out. You know, we're Jewish people, most people in entertainment business, hospital, those are owners, Jewish. You know, to marry their, those are people who pay their bills. Like LeBron, the whole thing was saying, they're voting for the flu, for this, voting for this,
Yeah.
like, obviously, I don't think he's a bad person. But obviously, they're paying him some hush. Who's funding that? So, I mean, you try to outspeak it, you're going to consider it as bad.
I'm a challenge you. If he knows it's wrong, and he does it just to get pay money, is he a bad guy?
I would say, from his choices, yeah, good choices.
A lot of people will look at him and say, oh, he's just trying to get his money. No, all money's not good enough. You got to stand for something to fall for. I got a couple more scriptures for you. That was the one I wanted to get on that.
What's your name, sir?
Manawasi.
Martinez?
Yeah, come to mind. Sure.
One question before that. Is that like, I guess, I don't know if I'm still taking, is that like a given name? Or is that like,
Yeah, that was given. I was given that name once I came to the group. You know, me as a black kid growing up, we used to joke and say things like, oh, whatever our government name was, we'll say that was our slave.
because that's where, like, the reason we kind of asked that is because he was very familiar with Muhammad Ali. He was familiar with that. And you tell him is that his kids his son enlisted, and that was his identity, that was his life identity. So
He was making them call him Muhammad Ali while he was beating him.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
like where it kind of,
Mhm.
This is book of Acts 5, chapter 5, verse 38. You said, you know, this is the point where you spoke about there's a lot of wisdom in some of these other books. And, you know, specifically the Bible is held on up until this point, right? So, this is the book of Acts chapter 5, verse 38. It says, and now I say to you, refrain from these men and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. Verse 39. But if it be of God, he cannot overthrow it. As happily be found even to fight against God. And the wisdom you got to get out of that is anything that men create is of men is not going to last. If it's of God, it's going to last. You notice that nothing can outdo. Talk about nuclear families sometimes. They have one little child in one house. That is the standard. That's been the standard across every race, religion, creed, whatever, for the longest time up until now. In this society, a Western society, and now that people are trying to rebuild the system, you notice that there's a lot of issues that come out of, you know, trying to have a two-way, one-woman, single household, different ways, the dynamics that are going down. And noticing there's a lot more issues that come about there. There's a level of degeneracy that's being read at a higher rate than before. then the last scripture I'm gonna give to you is speaking of rich man speaking. This is what we should be following, right? We came back to the laws of God. I got a law from God, right? This is me and this brother, we hold to this. Our leaders hold to this, and their leaders hold to this. The only leader above those leaders and those leaders and those leaders is God, because we're all bound to the same standard, right? The same principles, morals, laws, code, whatever you want to call it. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 1, verse 17. It says, "Ye shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye shall hear small as well as great. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. And the cause that is too hard for you, bring it unto me, and I will hear it." Right? So, again, in that situation, it's saying, great man, small man, you don't give him no partiality. Judge him the same. If wrong is wrong, wrong is wrong. Doesn't matter if he has a $10 million in the bank, or if he has, negative 10 cents. The same. If it's too hard for that person to judge, there's laws that govern it, right? We got almost like when we look at American society, we have county court, and it goes up, state,
Appellate court, all that stuff.
and ultimately it goes to Supreme Court. So you got this right here, these laws, not only just the code and moral code, but it's also our governmental structure, infrastructure. A nation's not built in one day, right? But when people start to learn this, let's say another piece of land was found, and everything we're talking about is crazy. But if another piece of land was found, and they finally said, what, blacks, Hispanics, and natives have to go wherever the hell y'all want. We'll help you go there. If we found that piece of land and we walked in there, how do we go in there and create a productive society? A lot of people are sick. It's not that we don't have the means to do what we need to do. That is part of it, but our mind is not right. You give a drug addict $20, he's still a drug addict at the end of the day. You give a gambling addict $100 million, he's still a gambling addict at the end of the day. So those people have to be healed internally and mentally before they can crawl themselves out of that hole that they kind of got drug into, whether it be themselves.
Well, before you ask your question, can I touch on nuclear missiles? Because you said that was one. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. But ask your question though, because I'll keep it in mind.
So, one of the things that I always ponder this question is how would you make a good society not treated on no basis? But how do you deal with this psychopath? Yeah, with absolutely no emotion, no punishments.
Well, let me grab this one because this is a very succinct answer. When you do an act that deserves death, rape, murder, you deliver death as a judge.
That's one of the things I was wondering for this issue. Ronnie brought it up. I enjoyed the instance when I was listening to it's very real. I guess when it's something to do with this things. Just because I was having I almost one of the things we taught in psychology was psychopath, there's no cure for it. But you can't give, the only way to live in society, which is death. Why
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a great question, but when you say how do you deal with a psychopath, you're dealing with a symptom of a ever-present problem, right? So my psychopathy today might have been as a result of trauma that's been passed on from the father, his father's father, because traumatic memories are given by your DNA, right? So if I'm going to address somebody for psychopathy, if they haven't committed a sin worthy of death, then treatment is the answer, right? Now, how do you treat somebody in regards to having mental disorder? Well, the way the Bible says it is those are spirits on people. Like you said, the Most High God creates good and evil. What one calls a spirit, you can call a clinical diagnosis, paranoid schizophrenia. Have you ever been around a schizophrenic? If you've ever had somebody disassociate, you cannot tell the difference between schizophrenia and demonic possession. There are even psychologists who will say the same thing. When that person snaps, they are completely different. Some people have dissociative episodes where they are a different person. They're addressed by a different name. They have different memories. But to really cut it short in relation to not just Israelites, but even those who have to serve the Israelites in the kingdom of heaven, a righteous ruler is going to be righteous unto righteous servants. So say I have somebody who's working on my plantation. If you're serving me faithfully, doing your job, I'm going to do nothing but be good to you. Notice I read Matthew 15 where Jesus Christ healed that woman's daughter. That's the type of things that the Israelites do. Now you have unrighteous rulers. What do? Well, I don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I can get more money as a result of my policies, that's the policy that I'll set. That's why you don't feel right doing finances. I've done IT and type of stuff in banks and corporate buildings. And I'm going to be honest, looking at the SOPs that surround banking transactions, it's very predatory. And I couldn't see myself doing it. But the way you conduct business according to the Bible, there are laws on the books. Where like me and you, I couldn't charge you interest. I don't care how much money I give you. I can't charge you any interest. But somebody outside my nation, I can charge you interest. But here's the thing, why would I bother charging you interest if they can never pay back? Being predatory. That defeats me. You see what I'm saying? So it's about righteous judgment. And we have rules to dictate that. But before you go, I do want to read about nuclear missiles because you said that was holding you up, right? Just one of those things.
You gonna say something?
Yeah,
No, go for it, man.
I got a precept to bring out what he said. Good and evil. Sometimes sicknesses are a symptom of divine possession. It's the book of Matthew, chapter 9, verse 2. It says, "And behold, they brought to him a man sick of the palsy." Right? You hear about it often. Cerebral palsy. Some people like that. It's nervous system. It says, they brought to him a man sick of the palsy, lying on his bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick of the palsy, "Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven." And, the point there is, and there's another example where a man was blind from birth. They walked upon him, Christ and the disciples. They asked, "Who sinned? Did this man sin or his parents?" Again, the point is with both of those two scriptures, it's talking about sin and being forgiven and things like that. Now, that's an odd thing because you would never, ever conceptualize going to a doctor and say, "Hey, man, I think I broke my knee. I think I broke my bone," and he says, "Hey, it's sin." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That sounds crazy, right, in this modern time, but it's letting you know that, to this brother's point, that sometimes these attacks that we have on us spiritually, physically, mentally, serial that is a symptom sometimes of demonic possession. There's other scriptures. I can get it after the dialogue.
I think he's got to go. That's all I wanted to get to.
Okay.
But yeah, you got it. But yeah, like it's along the lines of, like you said, if God created good and evil, when evil befalls somebody, there's a reason for it. And all the time it's to God's glory. But in what sense? Because, for instance, I was preaching and I had a dude walk by with a knife in the position to stab somebody. If I weren't talking to a man I never saw again, by the way, if I weren't talking to him, I probably wouldn't be here in good health. So God got the glory in that moment because somebody who's mentally ill with a knife walking around didn't do anything because the odds didn't favor him. See what I'm saying? But then I've had issues where people come up addicted to drugs and they show up 3 weeks later. There's a brother I talked to named Ernest. Every time I see him, I just want to hug him and never let him go. But he showed up, he's clean, like off drugs. And I'm just like, yo, like, that's what I'm talking about with this. When you start living by these laws in the Bible, God can clean you up. Take those spirits off. Not to say you're not going to have to fight again, but he gives you a breath, breathing, so you can mentally gather yourself and you can be strong and resolute as a person. But before you go, this one thing, right? This is Isaiah 54 and 16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. I have created the waster to destroy. Now, this is talking about a nuclear missile. If you go to Revelations, I believe it's 9 and 18, it literally talks about one of the prophets is seeing a vision of nuclear missiles falling. He describes it the best way he can, right? And after that, if you got to go, man, just let us know.
Psychopaths.
Legion.
Me and this brother knows that psychopathy usually reigns within one race typically, right? Hebrews 12 and 16. I looked it up along with the NAOG. That's what the brother's speaking to. We're talking about generational trauma. It's not even actually a gene, but it's markers on your genes passed through the father. They can track who has post-traumatic slave issues or traumas that have been passed down. And usually within psychopathy, serial killers. Not everybody's just psychopath is a serial killer, but they can look at it and see a tendency of who's more than likely to turn out a certain way. So children of serial killers have those same markers. And usually what they found is they either have addiction, drinking, or addiction of serial killers themselves. Ecclesiastes 7 and 13 says, behold, the works of God will make straight what God has made crooked. Telling you that there's scriptures where it says that the spirit that was in a certain man is not upright. So meaning that there are certain people walking this earth, Hebrews 12, 16, Esau, the Edomites, they are walking around with crooked spirit. We cannot fix it no matter how much we beg, we try, humanize, whatever we do, we cannot fix these type of things.
Mario, we're here every Saturday from about, I want to say 5:30, but one thing about black folks is true, we are late all the time, right? But shit, y'all late too, man. El Salvadorians, y'all just like us, man. Shit, be the same. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, you know, they say the party that starts to, the slum rock.
It is what it is.
We'll let y'all go.
Okay.
It was nice meeting you.
Before you go, let me read this one thing. One last thing, right? This is Revelations 9 and 15. And the four angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day, and a month, and a year, for to slay the third part of man. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. And I heard the number of them. Now this is just, he's seeing this, basically this army, this multitude in the sky. And he's saying it's like this innumerable multitude. That's why he said 200,000. Couldn't count it, right? And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire, and of jacinth, and brimstone. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire, and smoke, and brimstone. What does that sound like? That sounds like a helicopter firing missiles. I'm going to read it again. And I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and jacinth, and brimstone. These are metal and stone, right? And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. You fire a missile, what happens? You see fire and you see the trail, right? By these were the third part of men killed by the fire, and by the smoke, and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouths. How does a missile actually detonate? It doesn't detonate tail first. It hits you head first, and it detonates, right? So, for their power is in their mouth and in their tails. For their tails were like unto serpents, smoky trail, and had heads, and with them they do hurt. And the rest of men which were not killed by these plagues, yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils and idols of gold and silver and brass and stone and wood, which neither can see nor hear nor walk, neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their fornications, nor of their deaths. The reason why I'm reading that is because you know America is involved in all these wars. America's being threatened by North Korea with nuclear fire, Russia with nuclear fire, China with nuclear fire, Iran with nuclear fire, and these are all nuclear capable nations. When do you think they're going to finally say, you know what, fuck, we got to do it with these people? And when they all fire on America, do you think they're going to, oh, I'm going to go today and you go tomorrow? No, because then that means America can fire back. They're going to all fire at the same time. That's why in that vision, he said he saw 200,000 houses. And then he described missiles as best that he could. And then he said it was by the fire that a third part of men were destroyed. If you're familiar with the prophecy, and if you keep coming, we'll make you familiar. That's how America's actually going to get destroyed. That's why I said the Messiah, I don't know if you heard that part, but the Messiah is supposed to return during World War III. That's right. So you being brought here, basically you just like us, man. You coming into this thing when the door's about to close. You got to think, this is thousands of years we're running. Now, what if I told you about something called regeneration, where this is not your first life?
You're a good person, you should move on. It's absolutely good in a sense. It's like, bad, foul, and you'll be erased as a cop. Which is kind of what always like, you're a cigarette down the street, you smash it, you don't think about the days that you're in this life. You're eating, reincarnate, you're an animal,
So, did you know that the like I don't want to say all the Asians were black, because everybody used to be darkly melanated, right? Before the Ottoman Turks and all that stuff. Correct. Right. So everybody was darkly melanated. But are you familiar with the Silk Road slave trade?
Silk Road slave trade.
So it's where they were basically taking Negroes from the southeastern portion of Africa and trafficking them through Asia and like the Middle East. But the reason why I say that is because our people have always been in those regions, right? The Manchu people, they go back to us. The Qing Dynasty, which ended, I believe, in 1901. Like around that time, the early 1900s, the Qing Dynasty, they were the final emperors of China. They fell out of power. They go back to Negroes and the Negritoes of Asia. When you look in Thailand, you have a people called the Selkie, which means slave in Thai. They go back to our people. So we've always been throughout Asia. And the first, I forget what they call them. It's not Buddhas. There's a word for it. No. It's like a mystic priest in Asian culture. But their first priests were our people. When you look in Indonesia, the stone statues, their hair, they have little beads for their hair, and they're sitting there. Those are our hair. And they also don't show the noses and lips a lot of times because it'll show that it looks like black people. Nappy hair, if you can see it. Yeah.
It's crazy because you were talking about the reincarnation. There's a huge level of hypocrisy in something. And this has like some logical fallacies, because once you're approached, you get stepped on, you don't have any more chances to come back and something like that. But so it is a little different. It has a lot of differences between regeneration and beliefs.
spiritual caste system.
Yeah, it has, you know, it's some things, but it's some things that you can kind of correlate, but in totality, it's not exactly the same. Because we don't believe in the spiritual realm when you die. You're just gonna be out there eating, drinking, having fun, dancing. It's not. That's not what we believe. There is 3 heavens, you know, physically. There's a spiritual heaven realm, but that's a place where all people sleep. We don't, we're not up there, you know, holding hands and singing love because we're all asleep, so to speak. The heaven that most people think they're talking that they think is up in the sky and all that, that heaven is talking about rulership, right? So when you talk about being regenerated, reincarnated, some people are going to be regenerated, born in America, to be regenerated in heaven, our rulership. Because in all honesty, Book of Daniel talks about different powers, different groups that are going to rise to power in the world. These different groups, this was their heaven. Same way right now, this is the white man's heaven. He's created everything the way that he wants it, and he runs it the way he wants it. He does whatever he wants. No matter, I mean, some of his people get locked up or whatever. Generally speaking, they go around the world and do whatever they want. They're trying to get away with it. Right? So this is their heaven. This is our heaven. So once we get into our heaven, probably gonna be hell for a lot of people, right? So, you know, the concept of reincarnation is, you know, it's different with what we're talking about. I didn't say that because I don't want you to walk away thinking it's all the same. I've been there where oh, well, this has similarities to Christianity. So does this. So does this. Oh, we're all worshiping the same God. So I do want to. But the other point with hypocrisy is that if the people who hold to reincarnation, if they held to it the way that they say they believe, just like they would Christians, they wouldn't treat our people the way they do.
Yep.
Because, again, like we spoke about, there's tenants out there as well. Hey, do good to good people, you know, all these different things is going to lead you to nirvana, right? This highest state, heaven, if you will. But you look at the pinnacle points in history, even now, where I can speak on black people, they're beating there's men, grown ass men beating on our women, snatching them by the hand, picking them up at the hair store. They're shooting our kids. You know what I mean? Saying that we stole, but it's on camera, didn't steal. Get an orange juice back, shoot them in the face, shoot them in the back of the head, all kind of stuff like that. There's cases right around the time of Stop Asian Hate. I didn't like the little black kids playing outside of his house. They were too loud. He reached outside the window, popped them. He'd lived, but not locked him. First of all, they didn't lock him up immediately. Then when they went back to lock him up, he's an Asian guy. When they went to lock him up, they set the bond really low, so he was out literally the next day. It took like a community uprising to throw him back in there and set the bond a little higher. You know what I mean? So these people, they believe that, but they don't really believe it. It's not, because they wouldn't treat us the way that they do. They would look at our situation and say, you know what? The natives that were here, they own this land. We should be extremely thankful. And in all honesty, we should be damn worshiping. I mean, they kind of do. You look all around the world, even in America, they try to dress like y'all. They try to do things a lot
It's
like y'all.
ironic because the most copied culture is black Hispanic. Just copy everything. Look at Japan, Asian
Exactly.
what's how they dress up. You know, everybody's, especially with the youth. It's like everybody wants to, even, it's one of the biggest problems, like TikTok. I don't have social media.
You don't strike me as the person who would,
I
to
don't
be honest. Yeah,
like
you don't
social
strike
media at all.
me. Neither do I.
What's it called? Earlier in the news, like, it's dance, whatever, copy things is brutal. It's like, it's literally copy dancing. Not even better. Like, it's like a slightly great value version of reality.
Hold on. Stay right there. He said what I literally say to my wife. The great value version of what we do. Keep going, brother. Keep going. You in the spirit.
It was like a great value.
Goddamn.
Of a black dancer. You know, they're the same way. The black dancer was doing it first.
Yeah.
This chick, copied, posted. Black doesn't pay the things, all that money, all that stuff. No.
Nope.
Literally straight on her foot. And this chick came on
to the white man.
And it's always like,
If you keep coming back every Saturday, you already see the curses. You need to know it's all in here.
Oh.
All of it is in here.
And to that point, you said you speaking to psychology about there not being a good psychopathy. What you said is there's a remedy for it, but it's not. It's eradication.
Yeah.
That's in here.
I'll let y'all go. It's nice meeting you.
Mario, it's a pleasure.
What's your name? Mario? Mario? All right, I hope to see you again.
We gonna call him Zebulon, because that's where you from. You an Israelite, man.
Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
take care.
Yeah.
Oh, before you go, the real name of God is not God. God's name is Yahweh. Yahweh. Have you ever heard of Yeshua?
Yeshua.
That's Jesus, right? That's the modern Hebrew. His name is Yahushua. But God's name is not Jehovah or Yehovah or Yuhu or whatever the person. Yah and all the other shit. It's Yahweh. So you have Yahweh and Yahushua. Now, you've been in a tight spot before, right? You're an Israelite. You're from El Salvador. I know. You've been in some tight situations before where you really called on God and said, God, I need you right now. Now think about if you called your dad Mister when you needed him most. Help me, Mister. Your dad would be like, son, what the hell wrong with you? I'm your dad. You've been calling God by like basically Mister your whole life. His name is Yahweh. Always remember that. Yahweh and Yahushua is his son. It's not Jesus. The reason why I'm harping on this, the days that are coming, if you're calling on Jesus Christ, you ain't gonna get no response, brother. Always remember that, man.
The other part to that is testament to what he's saying. You gotta know the name to call, but you also have to have the right image. It's not a white guy with blonde hair, blue eyes, blue neck.
Yeah, I think he know that. He know that.
Yeah.
There's no Buddhas and all that.
But there's this one church that in Mexico is and always just make fun of anybody who has been Jesus, blue eye, the lights.
Yeah,
and stuff. I never trusted them. When I walk into a house and I see there's white Jesus, I'm like, you know what I do is like there are two skin tones. Either he's dark or like he's like he's a dark skin, brown dark. That's the only two. So there's no why I think why because he puts with the father in and that was one of the things I sure about that on murder too, like the whole question of the thing, you know, especially in another country, Ethiopia being technically the first country to accept Jesus. Something like that.
That's why they're the Beta Israel.
Was that the Axian Empire? Something?
I'm not sure on that. I don't want to misquote. I'm not sure.
Something like that. Cause I know there's another two. They also have Moses. It's like a little case inside of it.
But Ark of the Covenant.
Ark of the
Yeah.
Covenant.
They say they have it. They ain't got the Ark, man. If they had the Ark, they'd be the mightiest nation on the planet. Because all they have to do is carry it out there. And guess what? You can't touch the Ark if you're not a Levite.
Yeah.
Because there was a Judite who tried to catch it as it fell. And God still killed it. Because what was the instruction? If you're not a Levite, don't touch it. God will have things happen just so that he'll test you. There was a prophet in the Bible. He did his job after delivering the message. And he was told not to eat anything until he returned home. He ran into another prophet who was tasked with tempting him to eat. And he ate, and guess what? He got mauled by lions before he got home. Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Don't look back. Yep.
And it's like, I always say God was never like good or
All loving.
Yeah.
oh, he's so righteous.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Follow his. If you don't agree, that's fine. So he does not care. He just has a certain rule, a certain way.
But
I'm glad to hear you say that.
you're really breathing life into us because you don't. When we're standing here teaching people, most people are coming with no knowledge, and that's best case scenario.
Well,
You know. So
that's not even worth it. I've just had a similar situation where I'm having conversations with my wife and my mother. My mother's telling me, "Oh, well, is there room for this or that, or can't you compromise on this or that?" Hey, listen, I didn't write the Bible.
Yeah, it's not complicated.
God is not all love like you think. Oh, he is all love. No, he's He's a jealous God. He's a man of war. Like he said, you do what he says, turn into a pillar of salt. That's your ass, man.
But see, you know about regeneration. Death is a timeout. Because if when you die, your spirit departs, it goes back to the Father. You receive judgment. Well, how do you play out the judgment if you don't get to live again?
Palsy, blindness.
Yeah, that's why you have babies born with holes in their heart, missing a leg, cleft palate. Those are judgments.
I was wrong with the whole
Exactly. And they did the surgery to fix it. Now, guess who put the surgeon in the path to not make a mistake and cut your head off at birth and was able to fix your heart? God did that. You see what I'm saying? So when you understand how God works, you can see his hand moving. That's why people want to see like the miracles. They want to see the big flashy shit like Michael Bay. Well, it can work like that, but I'm going to tell you, you don't want it to work like that. Because when it does, people die that way.
That's true. Real quick, you having a heart murmur, did that limit you physically to do a lot of things?
So I found out the hard work for almost
Sure, okay.
it's called a soplo in Spanish.
Say it again? Soplo?
Yeah, that's like how you say hard, because every Spanish has different. It's not really names. So when COVID going on, almost figured we could get this one. It seems to be honest. And we managed to get it wrong. I think I'm a violation. I didn't know. This is going to explain a lot of running out there. Sports, running and stuff. I was thinking of running stuff. I still working out how to help your heart.
So I kept you alive, man.
So
Yeah.
it wasn't until I found that out that I was going to be tested and make sure it was good. And it closed itself. You know, so,
It closed itself?
Yeah, like that.
I have to look at the camera, man. When you again, now that you're really asking questions about the Bible, you're admitting that you're what doctors would call a medical marvel. Because the heart is one of the bodies in the one of the organs in the body where typically cardiac muscle doesn't repair. That would be like an engine fixing itself while it's running. That's next to impossible. That's why I try to tell people in my family, because I've had people go, well, shit, what's me not eating pork and catfish and, the dietary laws in the Bible? How is that going to fix diabetes? And I start thinking, I'm like, yo, the reason why you have diabetes is because you eat pork and catfish and all the things God is telling you not to do. You see what I'm saying? And to have somebody stand here and say that they're a medical miracle simply because. But now you know it's because of your God and you're chosen. You might not believe it specifically, but if you keep coming back, Mario, I promise you, we will give you enough knowledge so you at least know what's going on in this book.
Yeah, you seem like a brother who likes knowledge at least.
Yeah.
Very studious.
I don't try to shy away from anything. I don't challenge my own beliefs. That's why I'm
Crazy.
Oh, praise. Oh, praise.
but I guess in a sense, I don't like to walk in the time of life. I just want to know what's in front of me, and I'll take different options. And
Yeah.
if I'm wrong, I'm full of knowledge and good. It takes an opportunity. You have to listen to stuff like that.
All
Like
praises.
obviously y'all answered everything I asked straight from the front. So
Hey,
I can't
all
walk away
praises.
saying like, you know what? You can't take this word. No, I answer all my questions, but you can't take it inside. Definitely a better person.
Okay. All right,
I
man.
have a similar background issue. I had to kind of go through like a trial process, which I didn't know at the time, where I had to also be honest and say, you know what, this is what I know, make my decisions. If I'm wrong, say I'm wrong. Once I get the knowledge and understand, accordingly, but also, let's say the mark of intelligence is to be able to entertain an idea without just putting yourself in it. So you saying that you can listen to us and maybe not fully accept it right away, but just prove it. Right. Prove it first, put it through a proving process, whatever that is for you. That lets me know that you're a very intelligent person. I hope to see you again.
Also, I come here is I came here ironically of some of the groups. So I like to be outside. I like salmon.
Yeah.
It's always one of those things.
Man.
We got a rock.
So I actually use Mandarin chopper.
You know what I mean? Like we have like a middle block right now.
Kinda-ish. I guess because I'm kind of working with some artists right now, and they're just doing some beats, and some of the main ones is chocolate or something else. You know, like past talents, always about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't just sometimes I'm not making the same.
I used to make music. I haven't made some in a while. But I'm still trying to play with it when I got time. I would like to get back to it, but I understand that you got to get out the room and get a little alternate stimulations and some what I call like some new creativity kind of just inspiration.
Obviously, all my recent songs I have is, you know, I have a jazz, bossa nova style from this.
Like bossa nova music.
So actually,
Yeah. From Brazil too. I love that, man.
It speaks to it playing as a concrete jazz, but there's an instrument out there.
Okay.
So I was listening to it. I like to have things like
That's cool. It's literally like what you just said. You have diabetes, you're still eating pork and catfish. That's the knife. That's the knife.
Yeah, you gotta pull it out first. Yeah. Brother, as you leave, I want you to know, when you listen to your music, thank God. This is Psalms 137:1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. We hanged our hearts upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there, they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. That's what our captors would do. They would tell your people after they raped your wife and killed your children, hey, I heard y'all playing some music before I ransacked your village. Go ahead and fire that up. That's why the white man don't mind coming to you going, hey man, can you lay down some beats for me? Knowing that he destroyed your people.
Sing that song while you pick that cotton.
Yeah. What's that Negro spiritual y'all was singing? I love that shit. Sing, what is it, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot? I'll even sing along with you niggas. That's how the white man do it, you know. That's why Eminem, he's counted as the greatest rapper of all time, which is ridiculous.
You know what's crazy? Because we're going back to that point, what you were saying earlier. I was going to make mention that, again, with everything that is a copy of music again, Black and Hispanic music is at the top. And to talk about other people and how we accept them and how they don't know us back. We'll accept other nations for doing mediocre what we do. They don't reciprocate that love and say, hey man, they're so loving people. They allow a lot of the things that happen to us, right? In El Salvador right now, we know what's going on to our people over there. If you look like MS-13 or 18th Street, they're fucking you up.
Yeah.
They're
That's one of the things I go back. That's where I'm from. It's like, I know I should have not really treated the cards and stuff, but I guess the reason why I was brought to the problem was because of the same. Yeah.
Got the same
poverty,
struggle.
same struggle. Like, it's absolutely wrong. All my family's out, war, struggle, went through that whole separation. Even the whole time you go like, your black dad's not with the presence. I'm also back, you know, all my aunts, all my grandma, great grandma, all this stuff. Those are listen to music, and I'm like, I can't relate to
Right.
most white people around here. Like,
Yeah.
white folks, because that's not what
Big red tractor and shit. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it's like you can't. It's hard. I got that a lot of growing up. It's like, I just relate to that because it's like, I didn't choose this. It's just the way I listen. My parents tell me the story of what I do. It's not a horror. It's just one of those things. My cousin, probably, it's been Martin. It's very hard times for my dad, especially my son. So my mom literally raised us.
It's like taking your heart away.
Yeah.
Lock 'em up. Yeah, I understand.
And be honest with you, bro, because there's a scripture that talks about that, binding up a strong man, right? There's a scripture about that. My own personal opinion, when I look at El Salvador right now, what's going on, I personally have an opinion that they're saying it's because of the gang numbers. I don't really think it's, I mean, I think that's an excuse, but I think they're just really trying to like all the men to like take complete power and control over it. Because I heard they're like putting, what do you call that? Like the roadblocks or the stop and checkpoints and stuff everywhere. And the men, they say if you look gang related or whatever,
Got tattoos
there's some
and all that.
people,
So I got tattoos.
they snatch them up. I think they get them, what, 25 years off the bat? No, you can't even have a lawyer. They won't even let me have
So they throw you in a kangaroo court and then they basically give you a life sentence.
It's not even court, bro. There's no court. They just say, hey, you look like a gang member. They run up on you. They call you off. They strip you your drawers, make you get on.
I've seen what they do. They
Okay.
duck walk them and all that. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Damn.
That's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now you know that's against the laws of God to get the tattoos, right?
That's the spirit.
See,
God punishing us. And it's crazy because it wasn't that you acting black, bro. You come here past us and you just find out you're actually harmful.
you're an Israelite, man.
You's a nigga too,
We
bro.
the same people.
Actually,
Actually,
nigga just like me. We just look a little different.
no,
You know
here in
what I'm saying?
America, they literally called you a Negro before the 1600s. So-called
Red
blacks.
niggas, yeah.
Well, yeah, they were called prairie niggas.
Red niggas.
Yeah.
We call them red and black niggas.
Yeah, so-
And the occasions they had us both together, red and black niggas. But yeah, prairie niggas.
Because when we came here initially in 1619, we were replacing your people in the cotton fields. That's why you have Afro-Brazilians, you have Afro-El Salvadorians. The white man was killing so many of us. 250 million died. He killed so many, he had to get scabs to come over and fill the spots. That's why a lot of times we have animosity, because I understand, a lot of times black folks, we're not friendly, and we're everywhere. We live in your neighborhood, and we still act a fool.
That's a
But
curse
just
and a
know,
prophecy.
yeah, it's the curse, but I'm going to be honest, we Judah, man. We're supposed to be the leading tribe, but we're out of our minds. We've been destroyed. We don't have a homeland. I'm going to tell you, man, most of our people, if you ask them, when did your people get to America? They would say during slavery. If you ask them from where, they'll just say somewhere in Africa. They have no idea who they are. And if you don't know who you are, then what are you alive for? What are you living for? So we're destroyed. So I apologize on the behalf of all Judites, because I know that we don't often behave as that's coming of a king.
Jewites, Benjamites, Edomites, that's Haitians, Jamaicans,
Yeah.
Caribbeans,
Yeah, West Indians, all that.
all of us. Bro. We all can be like that, and that's a prophecy in the Bible. It says that we're going to be vexing y'all.
Judah especially.
Yeah,
Judah
yeah,
especially.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because Judah still has the gift. Like, so when you look at the Olympics, boxing, sports, we're still physically gifted. But mentally, you'll have a football player break every record just to go waste it all at the strip club, get 5 baby mamas, and end up broke in 10 years. Like, that's how broken we are. So I apologize, man. We should be doing better with our record. We really should.
That's bad, but a worse situation, I would think, so gifted, talented, break every record, and then get off that motherfucker and then be like, George Floyd should have just complied.
Oh,
And
be
then
a
go back
coon?
home and then
Yeah,
go back home
well.
and be with a white woman.
Yeah.
I think, personally to me, I think that's the worst situation.
Yeah.
Our people,
Be traitors.
yeah, or LeBron, like LeBron. We was talking about LeBron. He sit there and said, what did he say? Kyrie's an idiot or some shit
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
That's what I like about it. Kyrie, his situation was all he did was post a documentary.
He didn't say anything about it.
He didn't say shit.
And it was the one thing every Jewish government is a context about. That was like ironic that he was just supporting his culture, his views. He didn't say anything, yet he got banned. Religious people, they try to lie or shout their past, they say, you can't bring an
watching Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, you know Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's like, he's one of those top guys. Everybody knows his household name, right? He's telling jokes about niggers. He even said niggers on the stage. What did our people do? He's not racist. That was in the past. That was time ago, like you said.
But I'm gonna tell you though, you know who Joe Rogan is? His dad is Southern Italian.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he was winning all types of martial arts
So you
championships.
think he's one of us?
He is one of us. No. You have to look beyond the drug culture.
No, I'm not saying all that.
Well,
I looked into
Yeah,
his history.
well, the reason why I'm saying he's one of us is because him and his dad hate each other to this day. They fit the curses. See, you have to look beyond somebody's life. Look at the curses. You know what I'm saying? What does it matter if you're a multimillionaire verging on a billionaire and you hate your dad? You and your dad can't even sit in the same room. If he says red, you say blue. He says up, you say down. That's a horrible existence to hate your father, where you get your blood from, and that's when he has to live. And then he's surrounded by people on his podcast that are from all these different walks of life. So I know in his private moments he probably goes, "Damn, I feel lonely. Where are my people?" Well, his people are the Southern Italians, who they say have nigger blood. Have you heard that adage about Southern Italy? The Moors were in Southern Italy.
Sicily.
In Sicily and areas like that. That's why you have all the delicious Italian food. You think white people made that and they can't even season chicken? Like, I mean, that's the thing that you always have to start thinking about. Our people are everywhere. That's why I've seen him go in front of black crowds and he completely smashes it. Because he's our people. We're naturally funny people. Right? So, I mean, brother, the more you find out, man, you're just going to find out. You've been surrounded by Israelites all along, man. Whether they be in China, over here in America, we're everywhere. In Japan, we got the Ainu people, A-I-N-U. In Russia, we have the Abkhazians. They look like me, but they're Russians. We're everywhere, brother. And some of us don't even look like we used to look. We look like white people, but they go back to us.
I don't have the name, but apparently there's like a huge Mexican diaspora over in Russia as well.
Yeah. Well, they move Mexicans everywhere because they're the hardest workers on the planet.
Israel, Spain, type of shit.
But brother, it's getting cold, man. I don't want you out here, man.
No worries. I appreciate it.
Do you need a jacket going home? Because you're going to come back, right?
My truck is over there.
Okay, cool.
So I live up there, like in Utah, so I'll
Okay, I live around that area. So.
Yeah, I'm down bad.
Yeah. Fuck Leon Ballard.
Look, man, you got my last video taken
Oh,
down,
my
bro.
bad.
You gonna have to calm
Here,
down,
look,
man.
just remember this part.
Damn.
I'm waving. Just clip that out.
Mario, again, be safe, man. All right, man. I gotta read Deuteronomy 7 and 6 as he leaves, man. You know, I gotta read that. How you doing, my brother? All right.
Before I record this,
Okay. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. And that's why you talk to everybody, even though if they look a little different. I thought that brother was a Spaniard. Turns out, father's native El Salvadorian, right? Yeah, like, I mean, if you just look at somebody's appearance, a lot of times you'll get it wrong. That's why it's important to try the spirit, right? Had a white boy talk, he was with a Ephraimite girl. You know what I'm saying? Turned out he Esau. But you know what? Hey, I'm just gonna try to get my sister while she over here. You know what I'm saying? You doing some, high risk surgery because she can just flip out and leave. You know? Okay.
I'm gonna take a picture before I.
Bro, you know I'm trying to lose weight, right?
What's that snack?
It's a snack shop.
Oh, well, no.
I'm about to say, man.
But he was selling his lunch.
I was gonna ask you, where'd you get that, man? That shit look clean.
He got lunch. So women, haven't had enough for
Oh
kids.
shit. Okay.
But
Make sure the camera get that, man. Yeah, how much that cost?
this one I think was 45, but he had something like 35.
That's not bad, man.
He
Hand done?
had a brunch. He had some where it's a sports team, but he had a red one that was cold where it sketched a photo and floating with a woman. I really want to get that one. I might. It's look at it, think about it. If Quetzalcoatl is from Mashiach, Yahweh Shai, who's the woman? Is that the bride?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I would say it's
I thought that
Israel,
was
but who
exactly,
knows, man?
You know, so I want to get that, but he said he lives out in New Braunfels.
That shit clean too,
He
man.
lives in New Braunfels, and he said he had a couple. He had the calendar. He had one. You know, he had different colors, purple and black.
Is this
blue
it?
and black. That guy.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna take a picture before we leave.
Okay.
I'll let you right here.
Yeah, I saw the shirts, man. I mean, you see my fringes falling off, man.
I don't know which blue one is yours.
It's a large.
Yeah, large out of that stuff. This is. I didn't want to open it before.
You're good, man. We'll figure it out, man. We'll figure it out. Well, let me see. Let me see if I can scrape together some funds because I got you some extra lights because you know it's supposed to get down to 40 degrees. So instead of getting one night, the Cano Lodge or whatever. Yeah, it's the one that's around here. It was about 40. Well, I got it late. It was 50 a night, but it was 42 a night. So as the now, and that's on the week from now on.
Yeah, also have been looking at other Gotham Studios.
Let me lock down another gig because now I'm doing a kind of stopgap for the week. But if I can lock down a gig, I'll set something. Because I ordered my first inventory. We gonna get back to preaching. We ain't stopped, y'all. But I ordered my first inventory for the oil. So we're gonna start small. I'm gonna go ahead and put a bunch together. I got a bunch of flavors and scents and different things. I'm gonna give you a brochure that tells you what's what.
What you don't mind me asking, is it talking about essential oils or like medicinal oil?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Yeah.
I have some essential oils and I have I know some others in like bottles stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to link up, man, because yeah, I've already got
I've been wanting to get into that. I want to do like cologne, scents, and shea butters.
mine is for medicine, but you could do both.
Yeah, I want.
Yeah.
I want to do both. I have some little things on it. Yeah, for sure. Some stuff.
And to you scoffing ass niggas talking about why y'all talking about oils instead of the Bible, right? We gonna go ahead and get a precept, right? Because once upon a time, Israel, they knew how to bathe with oils, right?
Hey, we showed these devils how to smell good, man. And speaking of the Silk Road slave trade, just a little history. Me going into African history, we get a little bit into Middle Eastern, as they call it, because Northeast Africa is the Middle East, what they try to, misname it. But you get into, like you said, the Silk Road slave trade. A lot of what the Silk Road slave trade had to do with, one of the biggest commodities was frankincense. Frankincense was a deodorizer. It made your house smell good. It made you smell good. It made everything smell good. And it was godly, you know what I'm saying? The Most High killed people because they didn't want to come into the temple with their frankincense, right? Their frankincense and myrrh. So, cleanliness next to godliness. Hey, we talking about some cold things right here. We showed these devils how to take baths. Hey, Most High willing in the kingdom, we're going to whip them red back and show them how to get right again because they've been falling off. And I don't appreciate that, you know what I'm saying? My dogs need a...
Funking up the air.
You know what I'm saying? Talking about some wash my hair and let the rest roll down. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Disgusting bastard. And the fucking Ishmaelites.
Man, you
Excuse
gonna get the
Salakia.
channel taken down,
Salakia,
nigga.
Salakia.
Damn,
No,
man.
take that off. You Ishmaelites, y'all need to take a bath too, man.
I'm about to
It's
say,
not clean,
man.
bro.
You trying to get the channel taken
Yeah,
down?
click that home.
God
Sorry.
damn, man.
Sorry.
I got a notice on YouTube. They talking about they done struck the channel. They about to take it off. I'm like, man, come on,
Cause
bro.
of cussing though?
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's what they said? That's crazy.
No, well, that and misinformation. I think
Oh.
I mentioned, you know, the hook, right hook for the thing.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
It's the right cross.
Yeah, like if you say anything in regards to that that's not positively enforcing the
I
narrative,
want to say
they
that's
gonna take the
crazy
channel
that they
down.
hate you for cussing. I'm about to say because
Yeah.
there's other I've seen where some people they be cussing all night long and they still not defunded, not struck down, or none of that.
I got one for hate speech, so if I get another one here, they're gonna take the channel. But this is Esther, chapter 2 and verse 12. Now when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of women. For so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the women. So this was something that our women would do for months on end to purify their bodies before giving themselves to their husband. Right? So that first night in the marriage chamber when you would give your virginity, you were in the best shape possible. You were the purest being.
Smell like
Right?
strawberries.
For a king, you would have to go through 6 months of just oils and then another 6 months of frankincense, myrrh, and other sweet smells. So that was just you bathing and purifying your body. What about putting it in your clothes, putting it in your hair, using it when you brush your teeth? All those things, those are opportunities to have your body smell good and perform good. Right?
It's a lot of some of these heathens. We know a lot of these heathens, and most of them, if not all of them, to a T. They take bits and pieces of our customs. One of the things I found out about some of the tribes in West Africa, Nigeria specifically, they have a 6-month period. I want to say it's the Efik people, which are Canaanite
people?
Efik. Yeah, it's like E-F-I-K. They're Canaanite. I believe it's them. They're Canaanites. They, I want to say it's either them or some of the Edomite tribes in West Africa, but they have like a 6-month period when a woman, yeah, no, it is Canaanite. It's Efik because they value curves in a woman.
Okay, yeah.
So they set her, I guess when she hits like a certain age, they set her aside 6 months, and they train her. They literally train her to be a wife. They taught her questions about being a wife. They massage her, and they have like some situations where it's like oils and incense and all that. They're trying to make her smell good. And hey, the men of the Lord, this is why we're so highly sought after, man. Whether we in the truth and not in the truth, because the God, the honest truth is, most of our people, we just follow.
Yep. That's how we like to get down.
People at my job, this car, they be, for a minute they was hating on me, but I guess maybe they coming around to me, but they be like, why you come to work smelling like that, man? I be like, I gotta smell good, represent myself well. You never know when you're gonna see a woman, but man, hey, listen. And the cold point I had to break it down to them too. It ain't about getting women, honestly. But you have a good rapport about yourself, you have a standard about yourself. Those people go and report that to other people, right? This brother always smells good. We just talking about, some business right here. In the sales community, they always have to look, a specific way to a T. Always look good, always smell good, always, be on point, have your teeth fixed, shoes shine, all that type of things. You gotta uphold a high standard. So us as Israelite men, we've always had some type of standard. We walk by, we smell good, these devils be falling all over us. You know what I'm saying? And even our own people. It's always a good thing. Just speaking on the wolves, for that matter. Good thing. All praises.
Because one of the things that our people used to do is like flex, with all types of gold, jewels. I'm about to bring out that that scripture talking about, we used to wear gold fronts even back during the time of King David.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm trying to find.
Song of
Isaiah
Solomon.
3, Isaiah 3,
Grab Song of Solomon 1 and 10. Right? Because this is something that you know, we get made fun of today for having the gold grill. I remember when Jake first started wearing it, like with, you know, Juvenile and all them. All of a sudden, you see Paul Wall, all the white folks showing up with the gold grills, the platinum grills. You know, perpetrate, acting like, yeah, man, we all doing this together. It's like, nah, bro, how are we doing it together when we're the ones still getting mocked for having this as our culture? You know what I'm saying? But let me get
They mock us for it. Hold on, they mock us for it, brother. And then because really, if we be honest, when I learned about the Alamo, that was one thing I learned about the Mexicans. They used to, you see the uniforms, they had gold spoons hanging from their shit. They had gold teeth.
Hey,
that was
man.
the thing back then.
Hey.
They used to take all the gold, and they just had so much gold, they didn't give a damn. They put fucking, literally, they put spoons on their military uniform and stuff. You know what I mean? They put gold everywhere. Gold in their mouth. That's our people,
Con.
bro. That's our people.
This is Song of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 10. Thy cheeks are comely with rolls of jewels, thy neck with chains of gold. So, you know, Jake has always had that swag about him. Like, that's why Deuteronomy 7 and 6, man, we can't read that enough to our people. We are a special people. We do what everybody don't do. Our brothers of the Aztecs, like he was saying, the Mexicans, they didn't just have gold in their mouth recently either. They had jade in their mouth when they were back in the Aztec time. Jade naturally destroys, like, you know, viruses and germs. So it would keep their mouth clean and smelling good. You know what I'm saying? Jake has always had that spirit about him to live more lavish than those around him. I was doing some research about the Chinese, right? Did you know they learned bathing from us as well?
Yeah.
It ain't just the white man.
Yeah.
They learned how to cook their food. They
Yeah.
learned how to do herbs from us. All
that,
them
bro.
things, man.
All that, bro. Yeah.
So, like, all these nations who are pretending like, you know, black people are these, like, the scum of the earth, we're these lowly people, like, they only do that because we remind them of their humble beginnings. We remind them of where they came from,
And they wouldn't be none without us.
and they wouldn't be none without us.
That's cold, because the thing that comes to mind is we get this gold in the mouth, jewels in the mouth thing. Oh my God, we're so terrible. Criminals. Madonna, Miley Cyrus, Paul Wall, kind of. We like Paul Wall. He grew up in our culture, but a lot of these Edomites, when they start doing it, oh no, now it's cool
Yep.
to do.
Now it's cool as fucking shit.
Everybody
some
has
sliced
to
bread.
have a grill. It don't matter if you're slightly hood, you could be a pop star, extra out in your culture of whiteness or whatever it is, you gotta have a grill. And we don't get a grill, but then even more so, they had me thinking, you know, of their humble beginnings like we spoke on. They try to, like Sarah Silverman tried to say, like, you know, Puerto Ricans need a bath and lingerie and stuff like that. It's like, y'all say these weird things about us, but your people today still don't even hold to those values that we showed you and taught you. Like, there's Edomites that are still today. I continue to see this. They come out, women and men, they come out and say, you know what? I didn't even know how to properly bathe myself, and to properly bathe myself every day
Until black people talk.
until I went to college with HBCU college
Yep.
with nothing but blacks, and the women showed me. They did not make fun of me. They showed me how to be a clean person. That's like, we could drop the mic on that,
Yep.
because that's that's humbling. I'm not even a woman, bro. But to think that you in the shower and you're probably not showering every day.
Yeah.
You had to have a woman, you had to have literally an intervention of black women come to you and say, hey, we notice you're not doing A, B, and C. Let us show you how.
Yeah. Before we start making fun of
Yeah, like we're not
Yeah.
even making fun of you. We want the best for you.
you. Ironically, Jake don't get that same patience to their own people.
And it's cold because I
Shit
I
crazy.
really think that's like a point where the Most High might have been working in that scenario to show those who have an ear to hear and an eye to see the ordinance of how it should be, because this is who we are supposed to be to these people. You know what I mean? We're supposed to be gods to these people. we're supposed to be, well, the kingdom, we're going to be sacrificing and doing all these things for them. But we're supposed to show them how to live. They're not going to learn war anymore. So I firmly believe that when that time comes, what that Edomite woman, that Shedemite experienced in her time in whatever that HBCU was, I firmly believe that's going to be a reality within the kingdom. These people are going to grab hold of us. Hey, I have sepsis. I have a skin-eating disease. We're going to show them, hey.
Grab that. They shall take hold of him and the woman call himself a Jew.
You know what I'm saying? I think they're going to grab us and say, they're going to say, I think it's going to be a reality where they're going to say, I have a skin-eating disease or something. We're going to have to show them, hey, this is how you take a bath.
Yeah. It's not psoriasis, it's poor hygiene.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta let them know. But this is wisdom of Solomon, 5:1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labors. So in the day of judgment, all of these nations are going to be standing before the Israelites, knowing they've made no account of our labors, knowing that they've done nothing but steal from us, and they're going to see us finally being risen up out of this low estate. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and keep reading this, because this goes into the salvation of the Israelites and how it acknowledges the hardship that we've gone through, and that our oppressors in that day are finally going to have to admit, like, damn, these are the people. Verse 2, when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we sometimes had in derision, a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life madness, and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his life is among the saints? And the white man is saying that to this day. The moment we say we're God's chosen, he goes, you niggers? Y'all the chosen? How? Jamal down there is listening to that damn rap music again, that Jungle Bunny music. You're the people are the children of God? How is that possible? Not understanding we're only in this low estate because they broke us and brought us to this low estate. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 23.
Bring it out.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I like
I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need it. But thus saith. This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 23.
Bring it out.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts. In those days shall it come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard God is with you.
Nah, brother. There are friends and our equals.
We will go with you, for we heard God is with you.
Nah, we're going to go where we want to go.
We will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you.
So the Bible is literally letting us know, when we're set back on top, ain't going to be no heathen out here going, well, shit, I like unseasoned chicken. I'm going to do what I want to do. Nah, them days going to be over with, man. Them days are over.
Hey, we know that's not what happened. The white man conquered the entire earth because he didn't have the season.
And then didn't use the shit when he got it. Shit crazy. That's
He
crazy.
conquered the entire earth. Hey, when you look at, I'm going to pervert this through research, but when they first found out, I forgot who it was, when he came in contact with avocados, they called it avocado pears, right?
Okay.
And what they did was they mixed it with, I believe, honey and lime. Sugar and lime, one of the two. That's what they did. When they first, they chopped it, there's an account. When they first came over here and they found the avocado pear, they mixed, I believe it was honey and with lime. And they mixed it up, they chopped it up finally, and they ate it, and they loved that stuff, right?
I bet the natives were like,
And it's kind of weird, it's kind of weird
Look at
because
that, like, the fuck, man?
if you look at like how bad these people love avocados today, we have a thing, we say avocados and cocaine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. And coffee beans, but Starbucks. But
This shit crazy, man.
it's crazy. This man was driven so bad. I mean, it's obviously we know it's more than that. I'm making joke of the situation, but literally, quite literally, it's one of his driving factors. He didn't have no seasoning, didn't bathe, nothing. Lived in rock caves in the Nabatean Kingdom and Petra and all that. Came out of that thing, started conquering people for seasonings. Didn't necessarily want to take the seasoning and learn how to do it himself in a lot of situations. Just say, you know what? It's easier just to conquer the people and make the people make it for me because I can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's what they do to this day. You know, what they call it, slumming it.
Yeah. Going to the ghetto.
Yeah,
and shit,
they you know, they slum it every now and again to come down and get some good, you know, Jamaican food. I'll tell you about the New Braunfels Edomites. They used to come down every weekend. I'm talking about they spend hundreds, oxtails, goat, jerk chicken. I'm talking about everything.
And people hate when they come through because they buy out the restaurant.
Oh, we love it.
Yeah.
Well, and let me tell you something. This is how bad it was. This is how you know these people are the devil, right? They just have money just to throw away like that. 'Cause they come down there, hey, I wanted to get 2 oxtails, 2 goats, and then they'd be sitting there waiting for us to make up all their plates, and then they say, you know what? Go ahead, throw me like 3 more oxtails.
Yeah.
And you, brother, you know how much oxtails is. It was expensive back then.
At
It's
least
expensive
25 a
now.
plate.
But right, and
least
it was
25.
like, you know what, just give me like 3 or 4 more, and let me get that, and let me get that. It was like you said about buying out the place.
But the people who like the restaurant hate them though, because they like, yo, so y'all sold out of oxtail.
Yeah,
Well, who bought them all?
yeah. There was a couple situations where they come at night, or they come like towards the evening, and maybe we didn't have enough ingredients, so they buy it out, and people will come after that, and they're like, oh yeah, we don't got no goat and oxtail. Them people were in the door, they get pissed off and walk out. There's a few occasions, but most of the time we were prepared. We had enough. You know, the Edomites, they loved it, man. They bought literally. They would come in there and buy everything. There's like one item that we had, green banana. Green banana. Any Caribbeans, anybody who's eating Caribbean food or even African food, you know, when you eat green banana, it's flavorless. It's really, if you've never eaten it, it's very weird.
It's almost like a bread.
It's not even like a bread.
Is it like really gooey? Because I've had it where it's like dry.
Kind of, yeah. Well, what they do is they take the green banana, and it's literally like an unripe banana, and they boil it.
Okay.
So it's almost like a half-cooked potato
Okay.
without seasoning.
Okay.
So, you know, if you ever boil a potato, and it's not all the way like, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
all the way like translucent and all that,
Mhm.
kind of like creamy or whatever. It's just kind of like half stiff, half.
That
So you
sounds
know what I mean?
gross,
I mean,
man.
my bad. So,
That sounds gross.
I don't know. I didn't know. I couldn't think of the word to say, but you know what I mean. Like it's not all the way.
Man, pause, bro.
Pause. It's not all the way cooked, but yeah, it's kind of like gooey, kind of stiff.
What is that stuff in African cuisine where it's like a
Fufu.
food? I hate that shit, man.
Fufu. But see, but even with fufu,
I hate that.
I can kind of get with fufu because even with fufu, it's reminiscent of like mashed potatoes almost.
Except for there's no flavor.
Yeah, there's no flavor.
Yeah,
for
I
sure,
hate
for
it,
sure,
bro.
for sure. Yeah, because the way they do it is like a lot of times they'll over season the stew.
Yeah, so it can
So
use the
it
food to
offsets
stretch
like
it.
rice,
Yeah,
basically. But yeah, you know what I mean. So the only thing that these Edomites would not buy, they wouldn't get that green banana. We would never sell out of that because we didn't make it.
No, it doesn't.
Nobody wanted it. But everything else that we season, cabbage, white rice, rice and peas, cocoa bread, and what's it called? Not the empanadas. Beef patties. Beef patties.
Oh, beef patty. Yeah,
Beef
that-
patties.
shit,
Cocoa
boy.
bread and beef patties. You know, we had bun and cheese. They take that too. Jerk chicken, mango chicken, brown stew chicken, curry goat, oxtail, all of that. Everything that we had, they were buying it. All the drinks, the Soro, the carrot juice, the ginger beer, everything. They bought the house-made joints and the store-bought joints. They bought everything, but they would not buy that green banana. No season.
I got 2 scriptures, right? Because what we're talking about, and I know it sounds like we're just, talking about things in jest, but what we're really trying to say is the salt that we have as a people is the reason why they're following behind us every step of the way, right? This is Jeremiah, chapter 51 and verse 19. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance, and Yahweh of hosts is his name. So we often read that to let people know, hey, look, when you're talking about innovative trends, groundbreaking new cuisine, you're talking about Israel, man. But that's one of the reasons why all these nations are right behind us. This is Lamentations, chapter 4 and verse 18. They hunt our steps, that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Our persecutors are swifter than the eagles of the heaven. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness. So these people have been searching and chasing us as much as they've been capable of at all times of their existence. The reason why I phrased it like that is when you look at the history of the white man. When the white man was basically walking on all fours, didn't know how to bathe, covered in body hair, living outside, he was living in the fringes of the woods. He was living on the edge, looking at us enjoying our lives in civility. And whenever he had the opportunity, he would insert himself into that. Whether it's trying to get his daughter in so that we would then have a softer disposition toward his people, or trying to humanize him directly by sharing our culture with him. And we see ultimately that did not lead to our benefit. It led to our downfall. But go ahead, brother. You got something?
Yeah, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 82, verse 6. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes.
So, I mean, it's playing up on tables, man. We are the gods of this earth. We are the chosen. That's why when you look throughout all the histories of these peoples, you see the same cycle. You see at one point that whatever heathen nation you're dealing with, they were a wild and uncivilized bunch. A couple of Israelites moved into the neighborhood. We gave them audience. We started teaching them our ways. And before we knew it, they were lords over us. And we were in a position of inferiority and being oppressed. It's the same throughout Asia. Like when you look at Japan today, the Japanese will happily admit that the Ainu people, or the indigenous Japanese, were the ones who truly established the nation of Japan. They will admit that. But they'll also admit that they took it over and they forced those people to assimilate. When you look at China, most people don't even know enough history about China to know that they've gone through many different dynasties or successions of leadership. And we've been in leadership a couple of times in China. The most recent one being the Qing Dynasty, Qing, ending in the early 1900s, right? So all the things, the marvels of China, from the architecture, the Great Wall of China, the cuisine. I personally, like, my favorite dish is General Tso's chicken. All that is fried chicken with salsa. But when you look at the sacrifices that we would do for the Most High God, that's where we learn how to cook. Because how does God like his, basically his fried beef or his fried chicken? He likes it mingled with fine flour and oil. Last time I checked, that's the recipe for fried chicken. That's the recipe for chicken fried steak. But more times than not, most people don't read about some of the basic tenets of the Bible to get a feel for what God really loves. So you can identify his people are just like it. But keep going, bro. Keep going. You got some? Yeah, go for it.
This is the book of Numbers, chapter 33, verse 55. But if you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein you dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them. And the whole point about that is you got to understand and you got to learn that we were charged with a task, right? We were charged to go into the land of Canaan and utterly wipe these people out. Wipe them out. As well as, some of the Amalekites and things like that. But we were charged with wiping these Canaanites out. They weren't the only ones in that area, but what you come to find out is because we didn't go in and wipe them out, because we didn't enslave them and put them under our charge, they have become pricks in our eyes, thorns in our side, and the Most High has been doing to us what he intended to happen to them. Forever. Up until now. I mean, you look all around the world, like even as his brother said, the Ainu people that are over there in Japan, hey, they should have been ruling, and they were, or Salakia, who was it ruling in the
Qing Dynasty? Yeah, the Manchu people.
Manchu people, right? Because I've been looking into a little bit of Asian. I thought it was King. I've heard some of them say Qing or King, but I know it's different. You know, no contention. There's different ways, different of them say it. I learned that. I just learned that too. Like they got different pronunciations with their stuff. But that goes into the testament of there's different groups of people in that land. Because why are there different groups of people of the same nation? Saying it different ways if they come from that area. You know what I'm saying? But the Manchu people, the Ainu people, these people were in charge. These people were the founders. They were the hegemony or something like it at one point and got brought low. And ever since they've been servants and slaves, as you mentioned. You know, the Negritos, the Negrios, the Zan, you know, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ibibio, you know, all these different people, the Wolof, all these people, us, the Black Americans, the Mexicans, the Salvadorians, the Hispanics who don't even know if they're Mexican, don't know if they're Central or South American, they just say Hispanic. The Latinos, same thing, Latinx, all these different groups, we are all the same people. We're still dealing with the same problems. Because we didn't eradicate certain people, because we did not take them into subjection, because we didn't follow the commandments of the Most High, we are now being done the way that we should have done them. That we're going to do them. Most High, I'll praise to Yahweh, the water Yahweh for that. You know, we're gonna do them like that. But this is why we're being treated the way that we are. We're at the bottom. Like you said, they're thorning our side, pricking our eye, and even to us brothers and sisters who are waking up, trying to keep the commandments. You know, we brought this out plenty of times where we're trying to keep the commandments in a society where it's literally built top to bottom, in and out, even within the infrastructure, is built to go against us and against these laws, statutes, and commandments. You know, on certain holidays, you cannot go and buy and sell like you normally want to. You cannot eat what you want because they're serving certain things or putting certain things within the food that they sell you. You know, so good, so well that they got your own people selling it to you. You know, they infiltrated us from within. They got tares among us who look like us and act like us and try to, you know, like you said, come in and they humanize and try to relate. The whole time they know they're not like us because they aren't us.
They do the great value version of whatever we're doing.
You know, that movie Woman King, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty decent movie. I seriously hate Edomite. I mean, I don't know if he's like that. I don't know if he's really an Edomite in real life. But the guy who played the Edomite, his mom was the homie slave that got sold off. He came back. He had a Portuguese or a Spanish father, right? You seen Woman King?
No.
Okay. Well, the main character, you know, they're all Hamites or some Israelites. It's like a mix of them, right?
Yes.
Because the homie was a king. It wasn't like a people. But what you come to find out is a lot of those kingdoms. West Africa at that time, they had a mix of like Canaanites and Edomites and different things like that. They all looked the same, but it was different. We were warring against each other, warring against them, and they were warring against each other. And, you know, it was a mix. So it was never really like, hey, we're warring against you because you're not like us. A lot of times it was like, hey, we recognize they're not like us, but they're with us, and we need some help going against this kingdom, which is, you know, it's a lot of wickedness, right? Same thing we've always done. We recruit the heathens to come and do war against each other, but, or, you know, we get oppressed, and then, you know, we got heathens with us that fall in line with that, and then ultimately turn their backs on us. But, yeah, they had a guy in the movie where his mother was supposedly sold into slavery. Dad was Spanish or Portuguese, something like that. He came back with the Spanish people to buy slaves and all that. And it's crazy because all praise to the Most High is giving me the eyes and the understanding up until this point. You know, beforehand, before I came into the truth, I would have been looking at it like any other black person.
Yep.
Oh, he's one of us.
Yep. He a traitor to his people. Nope. He ain't them.
They'll say, oh, his mom is black? Oh, he one of us.
Yep.
He black too.
Yep. We would call him a traitor.
That
as
is
if he
a
was
whole Edomite.
Yep.
Whole Arab, whole Ishmaelite, whole Edomite.
Ain't that the problem with like Tracy Ellis Ross and T.N. Tamara and all them folk?
Yeah.
They get to speak for the black woman.
Yeah, they get
But
the
see,
black voice. Yeah.
But the thing is though, black women don't understand that's just a white woman who look like you because her mother happens to be in Israel.
Salakia. with the same situation with Obama.
Yeah.
Obama's a Philistine.
Yeah, he ain't our people.
He's a Philistine, but he gets the black voice. And that's the problem with our people, you know what I'm saying? That's that confusion of page. We don't know who we belong to, who belongs to us. We don't know. But yeah, you know, you get into that movie, the brother come back and he's supposed to be like some kind of savior a little bit. He's really weak in the movie. They make all the men look weak.
Yeah, I heard.
They made all, you know, it's very feminist. But
Let's get a
you know,
probably about 30 more minutes. Yeah.
but yeah, you know, that brother, he came back and he's getting all buddy with
Oh yeah, it's still going. Okay, come on, keep going. You know,
he's-
I'm paranoid about this motherfucker now, man.
Oh, okay. You live?
Oh no, I just record. I record.
Oh, okay. Now, but yeah, he's buddy with us. Or the homie people. He's getting all buddy. Oh yeah, you know, my mom was a slave. And, you know, all this, that, and the third. He kind of helps here and there, but he's like real soft about it and kind of feminine. But this is the thing we got to look at. You know, back in the day, I would have looked at like, oh, he one of us. He's a light skinned brother.
Yep.
And this is something I look at every day through life. Because there's some people that I've known before knowing this truth that I was like, oh, they're just like one of us. He tatted up, he thugging, he crimping, he blood, he whoop, he this and that, he just like one of us. You know, the whole time his spirit that was within that man is something different. You get what I'm saying? But again, here we're looking around, we're seeing that these heathens are pricks and thorns in our side. They're living their best life. We're out here doing the work of the Most High as we should. You know? But we ain't out here for fun to, you know, cut patty cake. Here they go, you know, trotting on our land and, you know, taking what we need for granted. You know what I'm saying?
So I got a precept for that, right? Because like the brother's saying, you know, as a result of us not doing away with the Canaanites like we should when we were given the chance, they became a constant nuisance. And they were ultimately the people who would take us into captivity or assist those who came to take us into captivity, right? This is Psalms chapter 23 and verse 4. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. So this is a scripture that we often hear, talking about we walk through the valley in the shadow of death. But a lot of times we don't attribute the evil agents within that valley, that shadow of death, as being the heathen. We always, I know I used to when I was a kid, I would hear this and I would think of all the monsters in my imagination, instead of knowing that that monster might be the cop that's down the road who hate black people, right? Verse 5, thou preparedest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. So King David is giving praise unto the Lord for preparing a table for him in the midst of his enemies. You have to understand, although we're in a position of you know, oppression and servitude, King David was still in the same position of being surrounded by his enemies. He just happened to be able to fight them all off, right? Because King David was that dude. The Most High God was working with him when it came to warfare directly. That's why you hear about the exploits of King David, killing tens of thousands by himself. But you got to think, what type of war or environment was he in where one man needed to kill 10,000 men? He was surrounded by his enemies. And the heathen were all clicked up. And they were ready to ride on Israel, man. That's why you had to have King David and the mighty men. That's why a figure like Saul killed thousands by himself. We talk about Samson killing 1,000 men. Well, Saul did that too, man. So don't get it twisted. Our people used to be a very mighty people, capable of holding their own amid thousands of people who hated them, hundreds of thousands. But see, the Most High God, he took that strength from us. So now we have to walk through this valley and shadow of death. And the only weapon we have is the Most High God. Our faith is our only shield. You got something? Come.
Still reading?
No, go for it, man. That was it. Actually, there's one more thing. Verse 6, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahweh forever. So in other words, if you want to stay safe from your enemies, King David already knew the magic formula. You keep the commandments and you stay under the protection of the Most High God so he can keep your enemies at bay and destroy them when they draw near unto you. Right? Go ahead and hit it, brother.
All right, and I want to say this, man, because that was so powerful. Like, that's one of the things when you as a Christian or atheist or whatever, you've heard that scripture so many times, it almost sucks the power out of it because you don't really understand the depths of that scripture. The same way like John 3:16, right? But you reading that is so powerful because, you know, back to what you said, you know, you don't realize that there's enemies and death all the way around you. These people that smile in your face, the people who are teaching your children, who's in charge of their education, who there's times I've been lied on by the educators that's supposed to be teaching. Straight up lied. And then when they got caught in a lie, their response wasn't repentance. It was, well, ain't nothing I can do about it now. That's what they
Yeah,
said.
it's too late now. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
It's happened to me.
Me personally, I was messed up about it at first, dealing with my mother. I told her. She couldn't believe me, didn't believe me. Till way later, one of our own people said, "Oh no, that wasn't true. That did not happen."
And then she finally was like, oh,
Because the situation that happened was, one of the situations that happened was an Edomite said I did something. I tried to beat on her and some other ones. And she went and told the principal Edomite. They ganged up on me, told me to basically bow my neck or apologize and some more stuff.
you was like, nah.
Nah. But I went and did it because the Edomite was smiling. She used to smile in my face all year. You know, say all these nice things about me. Low key, she might have really wanted me. I'm not even joking here. You know what I'm saying?
How old were you this time?
14, probably about 14.
Yeah, at that age, that's all they know how to get your attention.
But
They can't spit no game to you.
yeah, no, I think no, I'm saying like it's other situations where it's like she might have wanted me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel it.
But that's not a boast. It's Edomite. But they made me go apologize to this Edomite. I apologized, and she played the game well. The words were softer than oil, smoother than butter. And at the end of it, she did a 180. Boom. Well, it just feels like we can't really come to a consensus. And I'm like, what does that mean? I apologize and everything. I bend the knee, you know,
Yeah.
buck broken. You know what
They
I'm
still
saying?
trying to punish you. Though.
They kicked me out. Kicked me out of school.
That's how it is.
My mother came up there pissed and she had to leave work, single parent household. You know, only one to take care of the bills, had to leave job on the line. You know, this is the same story a lot of people hear about, right? So it was more than just a little bit for her to come up there and have to deal with that. I was pissed. I'm telling her, I didn't do it. I didn't do that. And the whole part about it was my coach, one of us, told me just about it. Because at first my response was like this. I ain't apologizing.
Yeah, that's how I am.
I ain't apologizing for nothing. I ain't do it.
Shit.
You know? But I look at that and I take that because, again, we're in the valley of the shadow of death. One thing you got to realize is you got people who are acting like your friend, people who are not acting like your friend that are coming against you, people who are teaching you wrong, people who are accusing you of things. But you also have your own people steering you wrong. Now, within that context, I learned a lot. My coach was right and he was wrong. How was he right and how was he wrong? Sometimes, as a man, you have to apologize for the sake of things that you specifically didn't do, but you have to abstain for the appearance of evil. That's first and foremost, right? But also, he was wrong because he was teaching me to surrender and be like any other good nigger boy. You know what I'm saying? So he was right and wrong in those contexts, but he didn't have no wisdom or understanding according to these scriptures on how to, maneuver through that situation. I got canned for it. So, the point is, going through this life that we live in, surrounded by all these heathens, some are going to fake like your friends, some aren't. But everybody is an enemy. Yeah, Con, let me get this scripture.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so, like, I don't want to, make it seem like I'm just going off on a tangent for nothing. The whole point of me bringing that out is the book of Proverbs 21, chapter 21 and verse 16. The brother spoke about wandering through the valley of the shadow of death. We'll have a scripture precept that a little bit, right? It says, Proverbs chapter 21, verse 16, it says, the man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. So you got to understand that if you were called out of the congregation of the dead, you got to stay within it, right? Or it says that if a man shall wander out of the way of understanding, first, to get understanding and wisdom, you have to fear the Lord. If you didn't do that at first, you were in the congregation of the dead. So this valley of death is not only with all these enemies, it's also having these enemies around you and you not having any understanding, not having any wisdom, not knowing your purpose, not knowing what your duty is as an Israelite. Go ahead, brother.
So what the brother's talking about is like sometimes you'll know you're in the right, and I'm gonna tell you, especially if you're a so-called black man in America, you've been put in a position where you've been accused of something, you know you in the right, you know you ain't doing what they're accusing you of, but you have to apologize to your oppressor, right? This is Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. So I had an instance where I got pulled over, and yeah, I had a pipe in my car. I shouldn't have been smoking, right? But they had no probable cause to pull me and the woman I was with at the time over. We were eating outside of the restaurant. The cops have been watching us for at least 45 minutes. And when we pulled off, they trailed us, and the moment I tried to park somewhere and hide, they turned the lights on and came and got us.
Brother, they just got me on some time. I'm driving. I drove by one way, took my family member to the doctor, came back. They saw me the second time. They wasted no time.
It was on. Yep.
They skipped past everybody. They got up on behind. They didn't even park next to me. They got behind me and started running my plates.
Yep. Yeah.
I tried to get on the highway real quick. This man almost crashed into some other civilians trying to get to me.
Yep.
He knew I was gonna get on that highway and I was gonna be gone. They got me. But I
that-
did nothing wrong. He didn't have no other reason those are people to look like this car.
Oh, look, I'm gonna tell you, man. The worst thing you could possibly see when you get pulled over here in America as an Israelite is a black, Hispanic, or Native American cop,
That's right.
because he gonna be showing out for Mr. Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
He gonna make sure he earned that butter biscuit.
You're gonna be Sambo dancing all over your head, boy.
Yep. And he gonna tell you, if you don't like being pulled over, then you need to keep all the laws, even if you didn't break any law. You know what I'm saying? But this is what we deal with while we're under the heel of our enemies, right? Verse 26, verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence, till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. So, that issue with the pipe, right? I fought the shit, right? Got the case dismissed. The lead attorney for the county reapplied the charges. And then I got dragged into court. They wouldn't give me a continuance. And I had a black judge, black female judge. And she refused to give me any time to prepare. I lost a job offer over that too. And this is after having to pay the fine. So, had I have just agreed from the offset, even though they didn't have any probable cause, and yeah, I was right. But because I was breaking God's laws and desecrating my body, the Most High God had the whole system literally just keep plaguing me with summons until basically I just had to pay him. And then I ended up losing the job and almost losing my apartment. You know what I'm saying? So again, man, you know, the wisdom in the Bible, man, it's not always gonna put you in a position where everybody is your friend and they look upon you with admiration. Some of this wisdom is for when you're in the court of your enemies. How to hold your own, how to hold your tongue. Sometimes knowing the truth and saying nothing is the most mightiest thing you could do. When Jesus Christ, or when Yahushua was in front of Pilate,
Right.
what did he say in front of Pilate? Almost nothing. When he asked him, art thou the king of the Jews? He said, thou sayest. Like, man, if you asking me that question, obviously you know who I am. So why I gotta go on at length? I'm gonna incriminate myself. So I'm gonna say as little as I gotta say to you, so I don't make things worse, right? Now, in Yahushua's case, he was trying not to get exonerated, because he knew if he got found innocent, how is he gonna be crucified for Israel, right? So that wisdom, it works to, you know, to God's designs and his pleasure. I'll say that, right? But I had another one for you, right? Because ultimately, although you might have to be brought low in front of your enemies, this is what God is going to do to them. This is Psalms 33 and verse 10. Yahweh bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. So the Most High God literally has the last laugh. It don't matter what they got to say. It doesn't even matter about their verdict, right? The Most High God can orchestrate things where you might get a 5-year prison sentence. You thinking, man, you know what? I didn't tell on nobody. I'm going to jail. I ain't getting out. All of a sudden, hey, you know what? We trying to let non-violent offenders go. You going home. All you got to do is not make shit worse. Don't flip out at the cop and start cussing them out. Don't tell the judge, hey, fuck you, judge. I ain't serving no time, and try to jump over the damn banister. Although Jake did do that, you know what? It was something to behold. It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, but hey,
He made it a lot worse. You saw his ass when he came back to court the second time. Had that nigga chained up like Hannibal Lecter. Nigga couldn't move, and he had on little foam mittens and shit. So Jake is in a much worse position because he had that one moment of glory instead of holding his peace.
You done?
Oh yeah, go for it, bro. What you got? Oh yeah. And they'll fight for you. God will fight for you.
and then all right. So I got a couple scriptures, right? This is going to be Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. It says, "Be not deceived, for God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap everlasting life." Right? And let us not weary in all well doing, for in the season we shall reap if we not faint. Right? And then let me get this is Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 verse 4. It says, "Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Lord is long suffering; he will no wise let thee go."
Yeah, you ain't getting off for nothing. Right? I got it. We're gonna hit it now? All right, cool. This is Revelations, chapter 2 and verse 10. "Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried. And ye shall have tribulation 10 days. But be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life."
And just to, I want to hit those three real quick, because it goes into the point that you made, just to land back off of you, but also just to the point that, hey, we got to be doing what the Most High wants us to do, because we got to suffer that, man. You gonna receive that good coming back to you, or that bad. Brothers talk about having a pipe in the car. There's times where, I've been riding crazy or whatever, or doing something I ain't supposed to be doing, or on the way to do something I ain't supposed to be doing. I got in trouble for it, couldn't get out of it. You know what I mean? Or whatever the case might have been. Car accident, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The Most High is working in those situations, and he's showing his hand. Sometimes it's that, and then, sometimes it's just the enemy delivering your punishment to, like the brother in that case. He might be, that brother was in the spirit, I can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what he did, that brother had the spirit on him.
That brother was in the spirit. Plus that Issacharite brother who stabbed Derek Chauvin up. How many times was it? Was it 40 something?
I'm not sure, but big ups to Issachar for that.
That brother was in the spirit too.
Big ups.
And all praises to them, but they might be those brothers that are let out of those prison houses. That Hamashiach's supposed to deliver out of themselves. They might be them people. And if they are, all praises to the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
I got one. Cool. This is Romans, chapter 13 and verse 1. "Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God." So whoever's in charge, unfortunately, even if they're your oppressor, Most High God put them there. Right? Verse 2. "Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God. And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation." Damnation means destruction, right? I remember when I got put in jail for not signing a traffic ticket one time, and I saw this dude get brought in. It was an Edomite, but nigga had a shoe missing, bruised up, clothes all pulled and dragged and shit. Oh yeah, I saw that. It looked like he got a shiner, man. Somebody fucked him up.
Fucked him up.
But if you resisting the powers, you best believe, man, they gonna give you the business, bro. You know, I've done work in police precincts doing IT work on contracts. And I'm gonna tell you, them cops, after they lock you in the drunk tank, they laugh at you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Even if they beat you up. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to sit there and call the doctor and go, hey, man, this person needs medical attention. They be there laughing, man, and they be talking about how they jumped you while you were in handcuffs. So they be laughing, bro. So you have to be wise when you're dealing with these people. Well, hold on, let me read. Verse 3, for rulers are not a terror to good works, but to evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is the minister of God to thee for good. But if thou do which or that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of God, a revenger, to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. So this is something that you got to keep in mind. When you see them crackers riding by with them uniforms on, with the stun gun, and the batons, and the armored fucking vehicles they sometimes have, don't get it twisted when they go, hey, how you doing today? Because you a couple of statements away from them using all that shit on you, man. They don't got all that stuff for nothing. Go ahead, brother.
To that point, the brother said a few things, right? He said they'll jump you and make mention and mockery of it after the fact. They'll lock you up.
Why you hurt?
The cold part about it is they'll lie, mix some lies in with it too.
Yep. Oh, you assaulted police. Even though
that happened to me, man. Beat up a cop when I was 17. He put his hands on me, but he knew who I was. And it looked like, I believe he was Issachar.
man,
He worked at my school, and they never dropped the case. They just pushed it to the DA's office to where the DA wanted to pick it up. They could pick it up later on, or they could just leave it alone. They never picked it up as far as I'm concerned. Praises for that, but the dude attacked me, right? Dropped his ass. All his cop buddies, they weren't there. They don't know what happened. Didn't see what happened.
they need to be there either.
But they, when they got up on me, they was, handling me. However, first of all, the dude, I got jumped on by a bunch of Edomites. They were bouncers. It took, I believe it was 8 of them to take me down. My brother jumped in to help the cop, and another Edomite jumped on him after he got up. When I finally went down, I went down willingly because the dude was smashing my face. I felt like I had an incident before that where I thought he might have been breaking my face, and I had cosmetic issues or whatever. But I went down. When the cop got up, they finally got me against the wall. My hands are handcuffed behind my back. He threw me against the wall, then started kicking my feet to make me go down. And if anybody's ever been in that position, you know that it's not just an easy just squat down and sit, especially if somebody's kicking your legs out. You're gonna fall on your tailbone. I went down, and while I'm down, the dude is still kicking me. His brothers in blue, which some of them were Issacharites and some of them weren't, they don't know what happened. They just immediately assume, okay, this dude was right, you're wrong. They, like I said, a couple statements away from incriminating yourself. They all come up and ask what happened. Some of them play the good cop, some of them play the snake cop, some play the bad cop. I got those same shoes. But you're going to jail, right? Yep. You want to hit on cops? I was defending myself. I defended myself. I didn't attack him, he attacked me, I defended myself. Being consistent within my statements, right? Didn't talk to him much. I defended myself. His statements were not consistent with everyone he spoke to. It was recorded, the bouncers that were there, some of my friends, they seen it. Also my stepbrother at the time, obviously I think he gave a statement, but it was a lot of confusion on their end, you know what I mean? Trying to convict him. But same thing, went in there, a lot of those situations, maybe I'll give a story on that later on, but the point of the matter is, you just made mention of, they joke about it, and they come up, yeah, you like to hit cops, and this is what we did to you or whatever. But also, you made mention of how about Yahawashi didn't speak much.
It's a pilot.
Well, the thing you got to understand, the wisdom in that is, you agree with your adversary quickly, first and foremost. But secondly, we're supposed to be picking up our crosses following Hamashiach. And that day, we don't need to worry about what we need to say. The Holy Spirit is going to give us utterance, right? When Hamashiach went against Pilate, he didn't say much. So when you're dealing with these police, the smart thing that even a lawyer will tell you is invoke your Fifth Amendment right.
Yep, don't say shit.
Don't say shit. They ask you where you going, what you doing, where you headed. They're fishing, they're investigating. And sometimes it's not even a good faith investigation. I mean, if I'm being honest, probably mostly bad faith. Asking you where you're going, what you're doing, what you're up to, what you did today. They're trying to find a way to trump up a story to convict you. They're not there to help you.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
They don't get paid for how many people they let go home.
Right.
Always keep that in mind.
Right. They don't mind doing the paperwork. They get a little action. A lot of these people coming from war as well. We're talking about psychopaths with the Zebulonite brother, right? What you gotta understand is, first and foremost, a lot of these people carry over their tenure and their benefits and their retirement packages from the military. These people are shell-shocked, traumatized. They cannot live a normal, peaceful life. They come over here after fighting Esau's war, being conditioned in Esau's conditioning to do the things like Esau, as Esau, basically being Esau. They come over here, damaged, broken. Already damaged and broken are people. But they come over back even more damaged and broken. Because a lot of the stuff they're seeing, they're not talking about. They're not talking about how they, raped the village and killed them all. And they can't talk about it. They come back over here. They're messed up about it, but they still got to work and feed their family, feed themselves. They go into a police career, and like the brother said, they armed to the teeth. He said a baton, a taser, a gun, 2 cuffs, mace, bulletproof vest, 2 or 3 magazines of ammo,
And the side piece to put on you.
side piece, the AR-15 and the shotgun in the trunk, as well as grenades and some other ballistic things that they need.
K9 unit.
K9 unit. Now, mind you, most people who are walking around are not armed like that. Not even the criminals. I come from that background. We not even moving like that. We trying to be concealed, one. So it ain't like, some people are able to, get around with an AK or AR or something like that, or ARP in their pants or their jacket. Most people ain't. This is Texas.
I was trying to get him away without killing him, but that didn't work out.
But this is Texas. Don't get me wrong, I've been one of them people who walk around in the hoodie and the heat, but let's be for real, it ain't too many people walking around like that for every single police officer and armed to the teeth like that. They're not here to protect and serve the people, They're protecting and serving the government. And we went into, I was watching something, right? Going into this. There was a statement you made, I cannot remember for the life of it, but it goes into being arrested and things like that, right? We're supposed to all be equal, right? Why is that? Oh, you're talking about the brother who went to jail, right? Here's the cold part about it. If we're all equal, why are there enhanced charges for hurting public officials?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you ain't even really got to hurt him either. You just got to make the attempt to hurt him.
Because when I was 17, that stuff happened. It was assault on the public officer.
Not just assault.
They said if you touch a police officer's shirt or vest, that's assault.
Actually, in certain states, if you're talking closely with a police officer and you spit,
Right, yeah.
that's assault.
Right, yes.
And he has full backing of the law to beat your face in.
And here's the cold part about it, because I think that's a lot of states, really.
Yeah.
Because they'll say that you have a biological weapon, herpes, AIDS or something, or COVID.
Yeah, they'll make up anything. Anything.
Sorry.
Oh, you good?
But the point
He
is,
said cocaine, y'all. It was a slip of the tongue, right? So YouTube censors, please leave me alone.
if you had a variation of the flu, if you had a flu variant,
Please leave me alone.
yeah. But the point is, that's in a lot of states. And here's the cold part about it. Just thinking about that. How many times have you sit there and the cop or police officer walk up on you, grab the wrist,
Yep.
snap your
They
hand,
make
grab
physical
you.
contact.
That's assault. You got your phone in your hand, they snatch it out your hand, assault.
Yep.
You're talking about possibly projectiles coming from your mouth, right?
On accident.
Here's the cold part about it. They don't have no body cams to show your face, first and foremost. But secondly, there's been plenty of situations I personally have been in where the police, they'll walk up on you and keep walking up on you.
Yep.
And they'll try to back you into a corner, and their excuse of why they punched you in the mouth is you spit on them.
Yep.
And it's like, bro, you can't even be like, bro, back up. Give
They-
me my personal space.
They do that if you're recording the police.
And especially if you attempt to say, bro, back up, give me my personal space,
It's assault.
it's assault. You just touched on him, you went for his gun, they unloaded the clip in you.
Yep.
You know, this is the games that these people play. Especially with, like I was saying, the point is, they're supposed to be equal to you, but somehow, some way, any public official who really and truly is you're their boss. They're your worker. They're your service workers. They work for you, but somehow they are more important than you. You touch them, you get enhanced charges, 25, 35, 45 years. I saw it back, like you just mentioned, that brother beat on that judge instead of just assault battery or aggravated assault battery. They chunked up the charges as much as they can through the book at it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Had that nigga looking like a wild animal in court. Shit
God.
crazy.
You know, this is what we got to deal with. Speaking on walking through the valley of the shadow of death. And I like to bring this out because I keep trying to tell certain people that are within my world, you play, and I don't think they have the wisdom, but if we're just being honest, I keep trying to let them know, listen, you can have so much faith in these laws and all this BS stuff that they talk about that they do not follow. We just talked about that with the Zebulonite brother. They talk about these papers and these laws that they bring out, that they put on us. They don't even go by these things. They don't believe in it. And they're waiting for that moment to just get fully away from it and go crazy and do what they want them to go and do what they've always been wanting to do in the first place. The whole time. And I keep trying to tell people within my realm, hey, stop. You need to have a different mindset. Us against them. Anybody that comes against us, we need to be ready to go against them. They look like us or not. If we were cool, buddy, that's what it is. And I say that. I'm not promoting sin, right?
Oh, and for I just gotta interject. I do this thing where I name a figure every week now. Yeah, like an important figure from history. Last week I did the what was his name? Zumbi dos Palmeiras, right? He was an Afro-Brazilian, essentially a hero who fought against slavery, and they venerate him in Brazil to this day. Today's hero is going to be Quentin Bandera. He's an Afro-Cuban, right? His full name is Jose Quentin Bandera Bentancur, right? And he was a military leader of the Cuban insurrection against the Spanish during the Cuban War of Independence. So one of the things that the Northern Kingdom tribes are looking to Judah for is leadership, right? That whole, hey, let's fight back, let's stand up united. They're waiting on us to do that. And the reason why I can say that stiffly and sternly, knowing it's true, is because we see it in the past. You know what I'm saying? Our people literally coming off of slave boats, arriving in Brazil or Cuba, and then being able to rise up in terms of having the rapport and the support of the people to lead them to independence, right? So the natural order of Israel is still intact. It's just the leadership is out to lunch, unfortunately, right? Niggas ain't on their square.
But I wanted to preface and just say, I wasn't promoting sin there, right? My point is that, because I said,
you good.
No, yeah, because I don't want people to twist my words. But the point is, we got to follow the commandments. You're not supposed to hold no grudge or none of that type of stuff. But the point is that some of your own people are going to be your enemy, and you need to have that mindset to say, okay, is this person trying to set me up in a trap, or are they have my best interests? Have they been keeping these laws, statutes, commandments? Do they hold to something bigger than just their appetite? Bigger than their financial appetite, their literal taste as far as appetite or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Their desires. So
We're gonna have to wrap it up quick, man. We got about 20 minutes before we start dropping. But I got one for what you're talking about, right? This is Sirach 9 and 13. Keep thee far from the man that hath power to kill. So shalt thou not doubt the fear of death. And if thou come unto him, make no fault, lest he take away thy life presently. Remember that thou goest in the midst of snares, and that thou walkest upon the battlements of the city. So it's like we're saying, man, anytime as an Israelite, you are around enemies that have power to kill you. Even civilians. What's to stop some little old white lady from walking by saying I was scared of some niggers, and I popped them with my little pop gun in my purse, and I killed them? Because you know they gonna let her go. The woman who got Emmett Till killed, they knew where that bitch was for about 50 years. And they refused to prosecute. You know why? Because she's one of the women of our oppressor. They are not about opening cold cases to put their own people in jail, man. They ain't gonna do that. Go for it, go for it, bro.
Bro, what is a government?
Well, what do you mean?
What is it? Government, period.
Just a governing body for the people?
Right, governing body, right? So it means like a collective, right? Which is weird because somebody spoke on this. It might have been Cat, it might have been Charleston, I don't remember. Somebody, right? But they said, you know, it's convenient that whenever a group, a collective come together and they push for a different outcome, that the court somehow, some way, coincidentally work in that same outcome. You know what I'm saying? That's the government. But
When the heathen come together.
you know what I'm saying? So the cold part about it is it's very ridiculous because every time, like my thing was when I was growing up, I always knew that, hey, if you want something to shake for blacks and Hispanics, you gotta start like breaking shit, like messing stuff up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Always. Something didn't go our way, start tearing the club up. Time to go, then laws and changes and all type of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So that goes into the point you're making about us being the leaders trying to stand up and be leaders for our nation, possibly for the Most High moving His hands. You know what I'm saying? And for these devils to start acting right. As far as not prosecuting Shorty. If we tore the club up, her, Zimmerman, all these people, because they didn't want to lock up Derek Chauvin.
Yep.
But when they saw how many people was lined up outside his house,
They was gonna kill him.
they knew we meant business.
They was gonna kill him.
And they say, you know what? Let's take a look at that video again, because the cold part about it is you made a point. You said they don't want to do these things, but the cold part about it is they have in these days and in the days past they've had video footage of a lot of murders that these people have unjustly committed upon us and have gotten away with. Did not want to prosecute. They looked at it, saw it, let it slide. Over and over and over and over again. So it ain't good enough anymore to even have video footage a lot of times. Police will cut it off. That's unlawful. You know what I'm saying?
Destroy the evidence and shit.
They destroy the evidence, all type of things. I just watched a millionaire get pulled over. They lied about why they pulled him over. Asked him to get his driver's license and registration. He tried to get it. He asked him, said, hey, it's in my bag behind me. Can I get it? You got drugs and guns in the car? You got drugs and guns in the car? Can I reach behind me and grab my driver's license and registration? You got drugs and guns in the car? Okay, listen. Do you want me to get my driver's license and registration, or what do you want me to do? You want me to stay right here, or what do you want me to do? You got your driver's license and registration?
Trying to create a way to kill you.
Exactly.
Trying hard too. Yep.
What do you, bro? I just asked you. You didn't let me do. You know what? Step out the car. Then they held him. They held him over, I believe, 16 hours.
Yeah. They can hold you 2 days. No charge.
No, they can only hold you 12. Well, where he was, they can only hold you 12 hours.
I know in Texas, well, they
12
keep
hours.
it 2 days, man.
Then they told him they had charges on him. Then they put a gun charge on him. And then let him go. But it was like there's no preceding charge for him.
Yeah.
You can't just pull somebody over and say,
That's
I pulled
weird.
you over because you had a gun in the car, unless they saw it, but that's probable cause. They didn't have that.
Well, a good lawyer will get you out. But if you ain't got no money,
Yeah, but I mean,
you
know,
fuck.
the
I
whole
mean, you
case.
screwed.
But while they're going through, he said, I do not consent to any search and seizure of this vehicle. He said why. They had him cuffed in the back of the car. They said, oh, we're just taking inventory. I've heard these lies, right? Before the truth, the Most High had me looking into like Second Amendment auditing. It's beautiful. But they'll do that, right? We're just taking inventory. Well, if you just taking inventory, all I got to do is take a picture, close the door, and lock it.
Plain sight.
Don't break the threshold. That's you searching. But all they had to do is hinge it up, take it to the yard, right? They could bring a drug dog around, which we know are corrupt. They could bring a drug dog around if they wanted to, or a bomb dog just to make sure there's no, funny stuff going on, right? They don't have to be going in and out of everything. But the end point is, while they're going through there, one of the cops says, "Hey, be advised, his phone is recording."
Yep.
So it's cold pork.
Can't just kill him.
This is how you know the game. This is how you know we are in the valley of the shadow of death. Yep. These people are not playing fair. They're not wanting to play fair. And I say these people as in our people who want to assimilate to their culture and their status and their godhood or whatever in this current state of their heaven. You know what I'm saying? They act like they're gods, right? But also they're people, all these heathens, right? Why do you need to let somebody know if they're being just? There's no reason to.
Is that a city car?
That looks like it.
This thing look ugly as hell, man.
It look like one of those electronic drive-by sometimes.
Yeah, but it's just got an extended middle so it can have more seats. That was an ugly ass car.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? If you're in righteousness, you're moving justly. You don't need to remind somebody that something's recorded. Because that character is going to be the same way on camera as it is off. But this is not the life we're living in. This ain't the heaven that we're living in. This is the hell we're in. Right?
This is not our race.
Right.
But you got one more?
Yeah. Let me get
Go ahead and hit it, man, because it's starting to drop. It's supposed to be down to about 40, probably about like another hour or so. You're gonna have to get off the street, man, because I'm trying not to be sick anymore.
I forgot you sick, bro.
Is it better? So I wanted to show him the bag. I replaced him. Yeah, I told you I would. I didn't do that on purpose. I hope you don't think I did that on purpose. I did. I replaced everything for y'all, man, because I was like, damn, I wanted to do it that night.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
That's right.
But when in the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. And again, this is not our rest. We're not going to find no rest here. That was part of the curses. It's part of prophecy. We're not going to find no rest. But also, the conditions that we live in, that's the word I was looking for. The conditions that we live in is not for us to flourish and be great. And if you're able to be one of those exceptions to the rule, your people ain't doing great. You know what I'm saying? And I'd be hard pressed to believe that you'll make it to the kingdom if you're just one out of the millions of us, right? It's gonna be hard for a rich man to find the kingdom. It's like a camel going through the eye of a needle. Is it possible? It is, but that one young man that spoke to Yahweh Shai, he is supposed to sell all his worldly possessions and follow Hamashiach. He didn't want to do it. And a lot of people who make it to that status, they have a lot of worldly possessions and they didn't get it easy. Those of our people, a lot of them had to bend over. As Cat Williams has been putting it out, a lot of them had to get on their knees and bend over to get that stuff. They don't want to, make sure that came in vain. They're not going to tell us the truth. They're going to do whatever they got to do to perpetuate this kingdom.
I got one more thing, and then you got a closing script. We're going to go ahead and get that lined up. And then I got my closing script. It's going to stay the same as that. So, yeah, just think on it.
Yeah.
This is Sirach, chapter 10 and verse 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. And what manner of man the ruler of a city is, such are all that dwelleth therein. So if you got a corrupt king, you got a corrupt authority that's ruling over a body of people, you best believe all his officers, all his lieutenants, all of his underlings are going to be just like him, right? Because you can't have some righteous authority figure with an unrighteous cabinet underneath him. They are going to do everything in their power to get rid of him, right? So you have to understand when it comes to like unrighteousness, when it comes to wickedness, they are of the same ilk and they like to dwell together, right? So if you're this bright spark of justice coming into an unrighteous system, you best believe you're adversarial, because justice is something to be feared among criminals. And those who are doing wickedness are of the same type as a so-called criminal, right? That's why you'll have a lot of people who try to become police, and they often get, they get pushed out of the job before they really even get their feet wet, because the other cops know that they're not going to be planting drugs and guns on people. They're not going to be out there just writing bullshit, frivolous tickets. Right? We trying to clean it up, y'all. We trying, man. It's hard, bro. It's hard, man. But that's it on that, man. That's all I have. No, go ahead. Get yours, man. Get it.
This is the book of Psalm 119, verse 9 to 16. I want to leave off with this. We spoke a little bit about last time, but again, me personally, I love the basics. Because sometimes we can get so deep into things that I personally believe that even within my own experience, I've gotten so deep at times where I'm not able to connect with people where they're at in their understanding. They still believe a world away of things that don't make sense to even themselves, let alone me anymore, right? So I like to stick to some of the basics to say, okay, what is the point? What is the conclusion of the whole matter? What is the reason that we do what we do? Why are we doing these things? If I am not a part of these people, why should I do it? All these different questions, and I like to just, bring it home to, some milk right quick. Again, this is the book of Psalm 119, verse 9 to 16. It says, "Wherewith shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to thy word. With my whole heart have I sought thee, O let me not wander from thy commandments. Thy word I have hid in my heart, that I might not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord, teach me thy statutes. With my lips I have declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much in all riches, as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts, and have respect unto thy ways. I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word." And the point is, we got to come back to our heritage. We have to delight in the words of the Lord. Man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Lord. Yahweh is his name, right? And we need to get familiar with these laws, these statutes, these judgments. We read earlier that if it be a man, it was going to come to naught, and if it be a God, it shall not be overthrown, right? So again, God gave us the real way to love, the real way to worship him, the real way to love one another, the real way to conduct business, run a household, the real way to cleanse our ways. In this hellhole, this valley of death that we are in, it is extremely hard. Is it possible to be perfect? Yes, I believe that. Are you going to be perfect throughout the annals of time? Probably not. The righteous man is going to fall 7 times. But there's going to be points and times where you will be perfect. And that's what we should be striving for, as well as the truth unto death. And that's what I want to leave you with.
Come on, man. So brother brought it out mighty in the spirit. That's a good departing scripture. I'm more vindictive against the heathen, so I've changed mine from Revelations 22:14 to another. This is Psalms, chapter 109 and verse 2.
Bring it out.
"For the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are opened against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They compassed me about also with words of hatred, and fought against me without cause." This has been our entire existence here in oppression under the white man, right? "For my love, they are my adversaries, but I give myself unto prayer." Now, if you didn't catch what that said, it was very short. He said, "For my love, they are my adversaries." For all the attempts of us to love our adversaries, they still insist on oppressing us. So, let's keep going in this and see what's going to happen, right? Verse 6 set thou a wicked man over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand. When he shall be judged, let him be condemned, and let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few, and let another take his office. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of the desolate places. Let the executioner catch all that he hath, or the extortioner, Salakia, catch all that he hath. Let the stranger spoil his labor. Let there be none to extend mercy unto him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children. In other words, let him become like us. Right? One of the things that I'm noticing about Esau is that he's cracking under the pressure of being a nigger. And it ain't even been more than a couple of years. See, now them curses are slowly starting to ease onto his shoulders. And one of the things that I always tell these heathen when I get the chance, these curses are heavy. They're heavy, and you can't bear them like we did. Because we had the Most High God holding us up. What you got? Not a damn thing. So we going to see how you handle it.
They have us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a rod of iron
You
now.
gotta
So
serve
beat that back
us,
in.
man. That's all you got.
Man, it's going to be a good
Hey,
time,
is that our
man.
people around this style like that, or what? Look like our people.
Yeah, we can try to talk to him.
Look, how they got the chopper style bike, both of them. Two different ways, two different styles of the chopper. How y'all doing, family? Doing all right? Y'all got time for the Bible
Y'all got
today?
time for Bible today?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, y'all be safe out there.
Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are God's chosen people, especially.
He got that damn music going, man. He got it. But this is Psalms 109 and verse 9. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of the desolate places. Let the extortioner catch all that he hath, and let the stranger spoil his labor. Let there be none to extend mercy unto him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children. Let his posterity be cut off, and in the generation following, let their name be blotted out. And that's what we're hoping for our oppressors. All those that have been holding us in slavery for the last 500 years, we hope when they are put on the bottom that they lose everything. And they be in a position worse than they've ever put us in. Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with Yahweh, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. So to those of y'all who say Miss Ann ain't to be blamed for all the cruelty and slavery, here we see King David asking the Most High God not to forget or forgive the iniquities of their women. Let them be before Yahweh continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth, because that he remembered not to show mercy, but persecuted the poor and needy man, that he might even slay the broken heart, or broken in heart. As he loved cursing, so let it come unto him. As he delighted not in blessing, so let it be far from him. And with that, we're going to go ahead and sign off. I'm going to wait for Brother Demo to come back. Or Matawasia. Come back, man. We got to sign off, brother. Waiting on you, man. Yeah, it'll be just a second, brother. But we're going to go ahead and call it. So we like to say, call halal, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh, Shai, Kwam Yasharallah, and death to America.
Death to America.
Come. Yeah, buddy. And y'all can see everything, so good.